Good morning. It's great to see all of you in the room together. And welcome to our December 2022 meeting. Thank you for all who are able to make it here in person. We're almost fully here in person. Sadly, Warren, who pops out from his background from time to time, has yet to secure the magical visa to get to the United States, but that hopefully will happen soon enough, Warren. And we'll see you in person. So later this week, speaking about members, new members will be joined in some form by our new members, Neil Morris and Greg Shulam, either in person, Neil, or Greg virtually. So that's great. And of course, speaking of members outgoing, this is our final meeting for Lynn and Len, and our job today is to agree with everything that they say, provided it's consistent with things that I want to happen at this board too. So that those are the two conditions, but it's great to have them with us, and we will certainly celebrate their accomplishments throughout the week. Also later this week too, again, when we talk about observers, European Commission will be joining us again for sustainability sessions. All the participants have received the agenda papers for our meeting, and a notice has been made to public. One other thing I should note, we have a magical visitor too. We never got to really say farewell in person, but Imran in the audience too. So welcome, Imran. He's still keeping tabs on us. That's one thing I've always learned, is that you never really go for the IAASB. And again, helpful notes from former board members all the time. But it's great to see you, Imran, and welcome to New York. So the only person not here, board member who not participated today, is Josephine. She had an commitment that she couldn't get out of, but will be joining us tomorrow. TK is sitting in for her on the table today. So hi, TK, good to see you. In terms of official public observers, Michael Hafman is here for the PIOB, Jim Dalkin, CAG chair, Yosh Matsumoto for the JICPA, to the JFSA, I think. So yes. See, this is the problem when I follow my script too closely. Nigel James is joining us from IAASB and the SEC. So welcome to all of you. It's also one of the things that we're doing right now. Obviously, we always have comings and goings from a staff perspective, but the clear element of the monitoring group reform too is continuing to enhance our staff complement. I'm pleased that Antais is in the audience today. He's just joined us. I feel like you're in the same spot you've always occupied at board meetings. And so he's well known to many of you. Also, we previously announced that Fadi Mansour would be joining the staff team as well. We also have another piece of good news, that Ida Fung will be joining us as a senior manager shortly. She's based in Hong Kong, will be relocating to New York. If everything goes well, and if we don't show an association to Warren, which means she'll get a visa, she should be here by February 1st. So that will be great. So if you haven't noticed, we have a lot to do this week. There's been some board papers to read. I'm glad, I hope everyone's been able to make it through all the board papers. But let me just give you a little bit of an overview of what we're going to do this week and what we want to accomplish. And the one thing I will say is that I've been doing a lot of planning with Billy and the team lately, is the interdependency of all these projects. So progress or non-progress in one will have a long-term impact on our ability to continue to pursue other things going forward, or clear things out of the agenda, and could extend timelines. So we start this week, which I think is appropriate, with strategy of the work plan. This is something we've talked about on a couple of occasions. We have a proposed consultation paper for you to review. We're going to discuss it today and finalize it hopefully on Friday. And so we look forward for that discussion first. Then later today, we're going to turn to ISA for LCEs. We're going to discuss the proposed exposure draft of Part 10, audits of group financial statements and the related conforming amendments. We will also talk about the revisions to Part 6 on risk identification and assessment and the issues related to the quantitative threshold, which we gave a lot of attention at last meeting. We reserved time on Wednesday morning for targeted matters to come back to the board. Again, please ensure if you have editorial comments that you don't think rise to the substantive matter, but you still think should go to the team, please send them to the team as soon as possible because they're working to turn the document. On Tuesday, we'll also turn our attention to going concern. We're going to discuss the draft proposed changes to proposed ISA 570 revised and the conforming consequential amendments. So look forward to that discussion. Then we turn to fraud, and we're going to be seeking your views and recommendations on how to respond appropriately to fraud and suspected fraud and the issue of transparency of the auditor's reports. So then we turn on Wednesday to listed entity in PI. That's our focus, mainly for Wednesday morning. We're talking about the PI task force's proposals for addressing the project objectives relevant to track 2 of listed entity in the PI project and whether differential requirements throughout the standard should be changed from listed entity to PI and whether we should adopt IAASB's definition of PI and publicly traded entity. And then sustainability assured. So the second half of Wednesday and the whole of Thursday. One thing I should say, I told the board this week, and this is for any of our observers publicly, if by chance we finish any topic early with enough substantial time left on the agenda, we will start sustainability in those gaps because there is so much to accomplish on sustainability, and we have no margin of errors in terms of trying to get an exposure draft out on time. So on Thursday, it will be on Wednesday and Thursday as currently planned, we will have the first substantial discussion of the drafting of the proposed new standard, ISSA 5000, and it's focused on the key parts of the new standards that address the agreed priority areas. There are some foundational principles and concepts that the task force is looking for board's input on, and there will be critical discussion that sets the path forward about the right balance of specificity and granularity of the standards and how the task force and the drafting teams have tried to manage that balance. Critical to our project is our ongoing liaison with IAASB. They had their board meeting last week, and we'll be hearing from one of IAASB's task force chair on their developments. Again, just a statement that I say in front of every meeting, at the start of every meeting is, yes, we're trying to focus on the most strategic points and substantive matters. There's often times that people worried about editorial comments, not raising them because they're not sure whether they're substantive matters. I'd rather people err on the side of voicing their comments in public because we need it for a formal due process. Things that we've done since last board meeting, if you haven't seen it, our exposure draft for audit evidence is out. The comment period ends on April 24th, 2023. We've published our guidance to help users understand the impact of ICE's due to narrow scope amendments and IAS 1 presentation of financial statements. Just a key point on that, as you know, our standards remain framework neutral. This is a topic we now are saying a lot in the 5000 discussion. But the reason we do this because of an IFRS change is that it explains how to address the effect of the amendments by the IAASB on a number of our illustrative auditor reports throughout ISAs. So that's why we focus it on that. Just a reminder, we continue to issue our digital technology market scans. The latest one was on homomorphic encryption for analyzing encrypted data. So that's out there as well. This is when I'm told to comment on what outreach I've been doing. I think it's fair to say that I should try to start up a travel blog at this point. After the last quarter, I've been in a number of different places over that time. Had a great, Imran's in the room, and we had a great trip to South Africa, where we met with regulatory authorities. We had a couple great roundtables with a mix of users, practitioners, corporates, which Warren participated with me there. We got really important insight, which I know is fed into the sustainability discussions. We met with the regulator. We talked a lot about the implementation of the ISQM standards. So really positive visit there. I was at the World Congress. We had a couple of really good panels there. The first panel really focused on the ecosystem we're trying to connect, give a sense that all the standard setting bodies, reporting standard setters, audit and ethics standard setters, and regulators are working closely together. I think we gave a strong sense of that while we were in Mumbai. And then we had a really good panel on just the sustainability work that we were doing and what investors and practitioners are looking for us to prepare. I was in the speaking of investors, I was at Seoul conference of the ICGN, and we met with IAASB leadership in October. Recently, Billy and I were in Amsterdam and Paris. We met with the CAOB. We talked about, I think, every project that's on our work program, so we'll benefit from their input. In France, we met with the audit regulator, H3C. We met with people from the French profession. In London, we had a great meeting with our Digital Advisory Council. That will be a continuing topic, and we need to continue to push our work forward there. Exceptionally, so Michael, being at the table reminds me that we had a PIOB workshop where the focus was on fraud and going concern. And I think we got some confidence that we're moving in the right direction from a public interest standpoint based upon that conference. Just if you're interested, I want to encourage all the board to promote our work and engage with the general public through our social media platforms, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube. The level of engagement clearly is rising. We're up to almost 10,000 Twitter followers, 15,000 LinkedIn followers, and over 2,000 YouTube subscribers. We should figure out how to put the highlights of these meetings in YouTube. Maybe it would be a condensed form of the meetings like they do in sports. It would be really excited for our subscribers. And just some logistical matters. If you haven't noticed, we have microphones all over the room now. So with that, if you're called on to speak, need to speak, this may be particularly relevant as we get to other some topics on this. This week, you continue to press your button and turn it off when you're done. Reminder, I think we're thankfully past the worst of the pandemic, but any symptoms, please don't show up. We could arrange COVID kits for you. And I think we're almost ready to go. So from a logistical standpoint, the only other thing I would say is, Warren, I'll be watching you on Zoom. I'll be following your hand. Hopefully I'll get you in good time. So, but if not, someone just have some of the board watch too and remind me if I'm missing Warren out. Okay, draft minutes for the September meeting have been posted earlier in the quarter. This is at a much more rapid timetable than in the past. I don't know, Armand, have you received any comments on it? Does anyone intend to provide any additional comments on the September minutes? Are we ready to approve those minutes? Does anyone object to the approval of the minutes? No. So let it note for the record that no objections and the September minutes are approved. So well done to the team for that. Okay, let's get on. I've talked enough on the introduction. Let's get on to the actual business at hand and move to the strategy. You ready? Okay, let's get this. The presentation is getting up. I'm getting my papers out. So this will be, as with most things, a team effort. I'll lead off, and then we'll improve with Billy and Jasper throughout. Thank you. We've received a few comments offline, which certainly we hope that we'll discuss them in the meeting. The good thing is that this has been an iterative effort, and I feel like we're certainly close to being in a good space on strategy. So the goal this week is obviously to approve the consultation paper. Since our last meeting, we had a meeting with the planning committee of IAASB, and we've been consistently speaking to stakeholders about our strategy throughout the process. So in all these meetings that we've had, for the most part, strategy has come up, and we certainly have been taking into account stakeholder views and putting that into the strategy document. As you can see, there's been a number of language things throughout that have reflected the need to have IAASB integration into our process. So if you flip this slide. On the first topic, on our proposed goal, one of the things we talked about at the last meeting, again, what is the goal of our work? And it's ultimately the outcome is about high quality engagement. So you'll see that more readily, more apparent in the proposed goal. If we flip the side. We've also focused on the strategic drivers and lots of suggestions here, not surprisingly, because there's a lot of detail in this section. And one of the things is getting what we meant right as it relates to the diversity of demands out there. We're going to have to talk a little bit more of whether we got the balance right on what our level of support for implementation of our standards. There's clearly differences of views, actually maybe not totally ironing it out ourselves here, allowing some ambiguity to exist may not be the worst thing in the world, because we certainly want to solicit views from our stakeholder community. The real issue for me has always been here is getting the real balance right, because the more we spent on implementation activities, the less we have in a very limited resource environment for standard setting. And I've always been cautious in a principle-based world of doing too much in terms of non-authoritative guidance, but this is something we could be talking. Then the other issue is related to our timelines to meet heightened expectations, and we incorporate both the concept that having sufficient time to implement our standards, but also that we're not sacrificing quality, even though we're moving work agilely and quickly. If you flip the slide. Jasper, it's your turn.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So on the strategic objectives, so we made some changes to strategic objective 1 and 3. Strategic objective 1, there were some comments in the previous board meeting, and therefore we made 2 main changes. First of all, we added the notion of quality to quality audits engagements. So that's what we've done. And there was also a comment that strengthening might not be the right word, and therefore we changed that with enhancing. So it's now says by enhancing our auditing standards in areas where there's the greatest public interest need. And then objective 3, as Tom mentioned, we had conversation with the Joint Planning Committee of with IAASB. And based on that meeting, we decided to emphasize IAASB's role in there as well. And it's really because of the special relationship that these 2 boards have. And that's why we've made some changes there. So actually not a lot of changes here to the strategic objectives. And then more on the strategic actions. There's several changes made there, and they're all of course explained in the appendix to the issues paper, and it's really based on comments that we received from the board. I think with that, Tom, we get to the first question for the board for the views on section 2 of agenda item 2A.
Okay, any comments on agenda item 2A, section 2? So this is section.
It's the strategy part, right? Of the
yeah, it's the strategy pre-work plan.
Yeah.
Diane.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, everybody. And appreciate you making the changes to the objectives, especially adding quality in there. I thought that was important. The one comment that I did send in was, and this might be, Tom, speaking to your point about balance, which was this whole concept of post-implementation monitoring and who does it, what are we going to do? And I'm okay leaving it somewhat vague in the paper. I think internally, to have a crisp understanding as to whose responsibility that is, whether we have the capacity to do it. I would just be cautious about overpromising in the paper if we're not sure we've got the resources and capability to do that. So that probably goes for both post-implementation reviews as well as potentially the implementation guidance. And that was it. Thank you.
Now, one of the points that I remember in our last meeting, and I think actually, James, you talked about this a little bit too, is our role potentially as a facilitator in this process. And I wonder whether we've fully captured that to be us or other entities to assist us, and us sort of, I guess we will almost play a little bit of the conductor role if we were going to pursue that point. Okay, Eric.
Thanks, Tom. In the discussions that I've had with a number of stakeholders over the last little while, it really brought to my attention sort of what the current environment is that they're working through and living in as we start a new strategy and look to develop a new work plan. And the kind of things I'm talking about are sort of, the work that's being done to implement the quality management standards and ISA 315. The fact that I think this year's calendar year audits particularly are going to be extremely challenging because of the soaring inflation and interest rates. And just people dealing with coming out of the pandemic and resource challenges and so forth. And I think those are very important in terms of our whole due process, in terms right from the beginning, in terms of being able to provide input all the way to the end in terms of implementation of standards. And so I thought, certainly in terms of the strategy at the pages near the beginning, that we could try and be sensitive to some of those challenges that are being encountered globally because I don't think this is just a Canadian issue. I think it's a number of jurisdictions. And so I made a few suggestions to offline suggestions of how that might be done. So it would cover such things possibly as the supporting the implementation of our standards that could be strengthened, and we'll probably come back to that. And in the section dealing with tight timelines, whether there's a way to be cognizant of the fact of these challenges that are coming out. And perhaps even an objective one where there could be greater recognition given to the need to be more innovative as we seek input from stakeholders who are going to be challenged through this period in responding to the many exposure drafts that are going to be coming next year. And I had other comments on the work plan in relation to that later, but I just wanted to say at the front part that I think it would be useful to try and be sensitive to some of those challenges that people are facing. Thank you.
Also, from a tone perspective, one of the things we have is my note up front that can sort of signal the complexities in the environment and some of the sensitivities that we know people are facing. You know, we're in we have a constant refrain is for us to move faster, 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 yet we're dealing with a world who has to absorb all this rapid movement and trying to make sure that we get that balance right. Sue?
Thank you, Tom. I'm going to start by picking up your point about the balance on non-authoritative guidance and things. And I wonder whether there's, as you're nuancing this, whether there's a way maybe to separate some of the desire for this material, because I think if there's a position where we have considered that implementation material or implementation support material is critical as part of introducing a new standard, then that is a priority in my view, as opposed to some of the other demands we get. So maybe we could think about how we express that there. I had exactly the same comment.
Sue, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is on that point, are you suggesting that we lean more on the implementation material side, or I guess
I think it's more about where we've decided it's important. I think the language to me sounded quite sort of flat, but I think if as part of the discussions we've had, which we have had on some of the standards where we've said we think this is an important part of the package, then making sure that that's seen as part of that. I don't know if that answers the question.
I think we're a little. I'm not sure we have a firm view. I think this was what I think Diane said or Eric said, that we don't absolutely have a defined vision on implementation activities at the board level. There's some people who, there are certainly stakeholders who would like us to do more. There are some board members that are more anxious for us to accommodate the perceived demand. And there are other board members who have some more caution in terms of the relative resource priority. And I think that's the big thing in a limited resource world. How much do we allocate to that activity? I think this is a really important discussion for us to have at some point. Maybe we don't resolve it today. And that was what I was saying, is a little bit of the ambiguity, and maybe the way we deal with some of this is to ask a question that elicits comment on this very point, and acknowledge this sort of different points of view. This is not new for standard setters as well. So if people want to come in on that point on implementation activities, please come in after this or raise your hand, and then we'll come back. But I don't want to totally preempt Sue's comments, but I think that's where I think it's a really important issue that has now been raised a couple of times today.
So probably to directly answer the question, my personal view is that if a standard isn't capable of being effectively implemented, then we haven't done a good job. And if that needs implementation support material, then I think that is part of our role. The point I was making was more recognizing that there's different views around the table. If we've gone through that process, if we decided that there is a need for something in a particular case, then I think we should be a bit more overt in how we describe that in the strategy, if that helps. The other point I had, so I had exactly the same feedback as Eric around the volume of consultation responses coming up, and I expect we'll come back to that in the as we go into the work plan. And then the other point in this area was around strategic objective 4, and I appreciate I've referenced this before. It is some kind of reference to our own sustainability and what we're doing to contribute to that area, even whether it's just around developing some processes to perhaps track and monitor and control our contribution, the ways we're working and so on. I do feel there's a potential inconsistency in that we're prioritizing so much work on sustainability, and yet we're not referencing our own obligations in that area. So I think if we're to enhance our credibility there, it would be good to at least have some kind of acknowledgement of what we're considering. Thanks, Tom.
Okay, and does anyone want to come in on the guidance issue? John Wade.
Thank you, Tom, and very good morning to everyone. Good to see you. I just want to come in and support what Sue has said. I think just in terms of my personal view and what I've heard from my reference group, we are in a very similar space. I think the feedback has been that our standards are very robust. And we're doing a lot to try to refine and enhance them, which is great. And those are responsive to the public interest issues. At the same time, I think the effective landing of our very robust standard is actually very important. And I think there's a lot of call for implementation support there. And so I think, Tom, to your suggestion of including an explicit question to ask for views, I thought that would be a good idea. I thought that will come through in the responses anyway, but if we can ask that question explicitly to see what the stakeholders are saying, I think that would be really helpful as well.
I guess the only thing that concerns me was this, Sue, I don't know if you meant it or not, but if our standards aren't articulated clearly enough to stand on its own, I think that's on us. Like, the idea is that implementation guidance shouldn't correct the standard setting action. So I hope that when we're going through, and I'm not trying to say that that's what you meant, but really we should make our standards able to stand on their own, in my mind, and make sure that if things are unclear, that would require, we should never say, oh, we'll just address this in first time application guidance or not. So I think we've sort of set a precedent now that we're doing first time application guidance. But I also recognize the timeliness of that guidance has been mixed from time to time. I just worry that guidance is not a substitute for standard setting, and that the preponderance of our work should be done in the standard setting. James, I saw you wanted to come in.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want to get ahead of other members that will comment. I actually quite like Sue's point, and when I read how the text is drafted, again, it's very neutral. We'll think about it project by project. There's balances, and I think what Sue is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, was we will pursue, or sorry, we're a topic. Or maybe I'm trying to put it not a project by project basis, but where a topic or the nature of the topic or the complexity of the topic or the importance or the timeliness of the implementation, whatever competing them, we will pursue implementation support, which allows us a lot of flexibility, but it goes to the point that we're going to make a determinative assessment recognizing the circumstance. And I think the language is just a little bit more neutral. I think that's what the board would do. They'd call it as they see it. I'm a little uncomfortable with a general question to the respondent stakeholders, because I think we'll just get yes. It's what I'm hearing is specificity in the circumstance, apply your mind. And I think that's what Sue is saying. A general question to the audience, I think we'll just say more. Again, it's a generality. And I think Tom's trying to lead us down, or at least Sue is trying to lead us down. We'll call it, and we'll be very mindful, and we'll recognize the nature or the characteristics or the circumstances of that topic. A flexibility, but it's a deliberate thought process that she's suggesting.
But I think also, if you making the point, Sue's like, if you can commit to it, commit to it. But I think we need a more positive statement that we feel we should be writing standards that should stand on their own merit, because we're writing standards in a robust way. But there are circumstances or issues, and then it follows Sue's line of thought. Is that so? We should be a lot more explicit in the drafting.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just to clarify, I agree that the standards should stand on their own. I think in the time that I've been on the board, we've had a number where they are quite sort of subject specific. And I'm thinking of something like groups, for example, where you have a change from one element of practice into something that's a bit different. And what we've been talking about is how you manage that change. And that detail isn't necessarily the material that you want having a long life in the standard. So that's the rationale that we've gone through as to why some alternative materials might be provided. So that was my background, really.
Okay, Wendy, you've been very patient, and I know you want to come in.
Thank you, Tom. And just on this point in particular, we did have we did actually suggest a question on this topic, and also some clarification in the strategic driver. This sounds very loud today. In the strategic drivers, in terms of that, how it was structured. If we ask the question, we have to be ready for the feedback. So I also had thought that we should be clear if we're doing it or not, and if not, what the alternative is. I completely agree that our standards need to be implementable, clear, concise, but I also believe that quality is enhanced by the first time implementation guidance. So I'm not talking about NAG in general, I'm just talking about the first time implementation guidance. I think it helps a consistent application across before firms start putting it in their methodology, which could create some inconsistency. So those are my thoughts just on that particular item.
Thank you. Lynn.
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to endorse what Eric said. Our reference group were particularly concerned about the environment we find ourselves in, a shortage of auditors, massive changes in the global economy, and the QM suite, etc., and so forth. So I think acknowledging that context, and probably in your forward, Tom, is the way to go. But the other idea is potentially to make it clear that people don't have to answer all the questions. I know it's implicit, but they can choose the questions which are more important to them to answer, because certainly there's a lot more discussion in the profession about prioritisation and how much you can do. So just endorsing Eric.
This is a really important point too about how strategy has an impact, because we'll probably be faced over the next couple board meetings with a question of pacing on projects. And if everyone is of the view that every project is equally as important and that timelines can't be flexible on them, then we won't be able to address. And there, it's not a personal slight on people and anything like that, but we probably will need to flex a couple projects going forward particularly, there's no doubt with sustainability, with pretty hard deadlines on that and the quantum of work ahead. TK.
Thank you, Tom. I just wanted to come in and say that I agree with what Sue said on the first time implementation guidance. And from our understanding at the last meeting in September, we were leaning more to say that we would do it if we had to, but from the drafting we have now, it seems like it's in the same group as just general NAG, whereas in September, we said that it was quite separate from general NAG. How would it be considered? Thank you.
Phil. Erica, is your 10 still up?
I was just going to comment on the first time implementation guidance because you asked for that, but I can come back.
Since we're still relatively fresh, and then Fernando will get to you.
So, piling on, I guess, like others, that, certainly from my perspective, the first time implementation guidance is critical. I got the sense from some of the wording in there that we were going to wait to the end of a project before we were going to decide whether to do first time implementation guidance. And I think that's way too late. We need to plan this up front, or as far up front as we can, and make sure the resources are available to do that work. And I agree with TK that this is different from regular non-authoritative guidance. It's this transition period that we need to help people get through. Thanks.
Thank you. Fernando.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Tom, I'm in support of the changes to the document. I think it really reflects what needs to happen in the next 5 years. I'm also in support of what has been said in terms of implementation and guidance. My comment goes more in terms of LCE. The document is pretty silent in that topic. And we've been saying 70 or 75% of the engagements in the world are LCE. And I think people are expecting to read, so what's going to happen after the approval? What's next? Because we don't really know how the standard is going to work in practice. We think it's going to work. We think it's going to help a lot of practitioners, but that's our best guess. We don't really have the experience from the past. And I think there's going to be expectation to understand what's coming after day one. I think people will wait for guidance, implementation, what we were saying. They will probably look for a post-implementation review to see if there's a need to fix something in the standard to make it more useful or less useful. We don't really know that. And I don't see what is going to happen going forward. Probably we don't have to be so explicit, but I have the impression that the audience would like to understand a little bit better what is going to happen in terms of LCE. Thank you.
I guess my assumption is that we'll support that standard like we do other standards. And I guess the question is does it rise for a particular comment in the strategy document? My sense is that we're going to complete within the strategy period the standard, and that's our commitment right now. But let us take a look at the document and see whether maybe an explicit mention or two throughout would address some of your concerns. But to me, this fits very much under strategic objective 1, that we're committed to the LCE the LCE standard. It's one of the major public interest issues that from an audit perspective, and then we go into the world of general operations in support of it. But let us take maybe take that back to the planning committee this afternoon. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you all in person. And this is my first time speaking. Tom, I want to start with a couple of comments on page 8. The headline is our proposed strategic drivers. I have one comment relating to the first box. I ask myself whether there is a direct correlation between specificity of standards and improved performance. In my view, there may be up to a point, but at some point too much specificity may hinder performance. In my view, there are other factors that affect performance too, such for example, education and furthermore. And one of the main reasons for regulatory bodies seeking specificity is not performance, but enforceability. For this reason, I suggest mentioning increased enforceability first and inserting the word help in between the words to and drive. That has been my first comment. Then I have a comment relating to page number 1. This is the box where we call it confronting headwinds and so on. I'm not convinced that the IAASB standards can be neutral with respect to who the assurance practitioners is, because the standards are predicated upon a number of conditions, including appropriate education, ethical requirements congruent to those of the IAASB code, quality management at firm and engagement level, external quality assurance, professional discipline and assurance, and related services, skills, and techniques. The way that professional accountants in public practice are educated and regulated, this is easier for them than for other professions, and therefore the baseline can never be, in my view, neutral, but open, only open. Then I have a comment a little bit later on page 10. The last box, for me, it may be helpful to add that the consideration of relevant issues is part of the due process. And I think I have a further comment. On page 14, just a second. Page 14, in the middle, this is the bullet point starting with undertake information. It seems to me that there needs to be some considerations of the ability of both auditors and audit regulators to absorb additional standards over time. There's likely, in my view, a saturation point. That means auditing standards overload, in which the number and impact of changes unacceptable increase the risk that auditors are not longer able to implement the changes without deficiencies arising, and that audit regulators with limited resources are not able to oversee such implementation adequately. Think about smaller regulators. A bullet point to this effect that explains there needs to be a balance struck on this issue, ought, in my view, to be added. I think, Tom, that has my comments to section 2. Thanks very much.
Thanks, and I note that you've submitted these comments in writing, and we'll consider them when the steering and planning committee meets this afternoon. Bill?
sorry to prolong the conversation on implementation guidance. I just simply want to say that if you ask a general question, all of our stakeholders will say they want implementation guidance. I think what we need to do, Tom, you opened the conversation by making a statement about the position the IAASB holds. I would just be saying, make sure we make a clear statement so we get responses that understand the position we're taking, whatever that might be. And I've heard some, I think what I've heard has been similar to that.
Yeah, I think, Bill, we'll have to get the language in the document right on this one about our emphasis is on first time implementation. And the other thing I do want to state too is that in some instances, we may play more of a facilitator role than have to do everything ourselves. The fact is going to Sue's point, once we commit to the market to do something, we see it through and then see it through in a timely fashion. So there's some language that we need to clean up. And then whatever question, if we ask one question, it should be towards that language and not an open-ended question of provided people necessarily a free option, because when offered a free option, people always say yes. Wendy?
Okay, thank you, Tom. So back to the beginning, as if I'm talking for the first time. The Planning Committee and staff have done an excellent job of updating the document for broad perspectives and current needs from both the IAASB feedback and the discussion in September, as well as the other coordination activities that were noted. Broadly, we already discussed implementation. Agree has to be timely and relevant, and agree we have to make a decision. And I do, in part one, have a couple comments about how we're asking the questions to solicit the right responses. So we will get to that in 1C. And then particularly as it relates to this section, I like the proposed revisions to the goal, adding in high quality. I thought that was important and was a prior comment. But in our stakeholders value proposition, the changes look good. For the engagement with stakeholders, and this comes through in the question 1 as well. And I think you said earlier about everything is interrelated and integrated. So it's the same thing in this document as it is related to all the topics we're talking about this week. And so for engagement with stakeholders, we use the words inclusivity, but I guess it's not clear to me what will be different than the past. So that maybe we should weave that into a question to get those precise answers or be more clear on how we're going to do that. On page 8, and I did send these comments in. On page 8, I was wondering if we wanted to be clearer on the first item where we talked about heightened supervisory scrutiny. We say regulators and oversight bodies, and do we want to be more specific, or are we intentionally general that it's beyond the PIOB in this particular context? So I think we're just overkill and piling on an implementation. I think we talked about the structure of that section maybe being more definitive, but I had sent in some comments to restructure supporting the implementation of our standards so that the concept of doing it was first and the contrary opinions about doing it were second, because it was kind of hard to tease through. Oh gosh, I just lost my place. Sorry. Okay, this is on evolving expectations around sustainability assurance. noted in the consideration in the question section, I am concerned about how non-practitioners apply the IAASB standards without a regulatory body to monitor them. So this does, as I said earlier, this does thread through a lot of my comments and observations. And it's a recognized challenge, but I'm not sure what the action steps are to develop the policing, because it's not in the remit of the IAASB or IASB. And I appreciate the joint efforts that are going on, but I am concerned, and I guess the concern was highlighted when I saw the IFAC study that was done and released sometime in the last 2 weeks, which showed that the non-practitioners who were issuing assurance reports, only about 20% of them at best were actually referencing any ethical standards in their reports. So I'm not entirely sure, whether or not that's part of this document or something, if that becomes another consultation committee or another group that works on something like that. And then in the last bullet on page 9, the impact and the reasons for jurisdictions developing their own audit and assurance standards, that has concerned me since I've been on this board and before. I believe it's critical to remain the premier standard setter, and there is a need for speed and usable standards. And I think others have said already, does that mean we have to adjust some of the timelines so that we can make sure that that happens? And I'm also wondering from a headwind perspective, if we need to suggest why that's happening, so then our actions make sense. And I will just lastly close with, I think this has been a common theme when we have discussed this in terms of dollars or euros or however we measure it for resources. We talk a lot about agility, whether it's agility human resources or agility technological resources, but it does need to be linked to the dollars, which I presume, Tom, when you're putting this together, those dollars, it's not just quite in the document as of yet, but I did want to note that, and it will probably come up again in other discussions. And then my very, very last comment is the very last item on page 11, which is the ability to leverage technology. And it references, as noted above, which I think is the mention on page 8. I'm not sure I see the connection in this strategic driver to what is mentioned above, because this is about resources and the previous one is broadly about technology. Thank you.
So I think all the 10 cards, I'm going to come back to another issue Sue raised shortly. But just to respond to a few of your points, because we have to figure out how to adapt. I think when we talk about heightened supervisor scrutinies, regulators and oversight bodies, we clearly are meeting of a group much broader than the PIOB. We're talking about audit regulators, audit inspection regimes, securities regulators, and others. So that is, in my mind, what we're talking about. In terms of the points you raised on non-practitioners, particularly in the sustainability space, while I have obviously I concerned that people comply with our standards, and incidentally with 3,000 and with a proposed 5,000, it requires you to comply with a level of independence requirement. So it's a question of non-compliance more than anything else. This is particularly, maybe we should strengthen our discussion about our strategic objective 3, which is the integration with other regulatory bodies. But I feel strongly that we should continue our formal position of neutrality as it relates to practitioners in terms of where they come from as it relates to sustainability. So part of why I think it's so important, our strategic objective 3 is a robust one, about coordination with the regulators is to ensure that the standards are being actually enforced as well, which includes compliance with a robust ethical framework as well. I guess Wendy, I was a little confused of your dollars comment. Were you suggested a more explicit discussion in our document about budgeting as it relates to a strategic objective? Because I would be conscious that I would not like to do that, because I think we give a little bit of discussion about how we think about the budget and how we allocate, but I'm not really aware of too many strategic plans that would go, particularly ones that are public like this, that go into such detail, but I guess a little bit of perspective may be useful.
Actually, I wasn't looking for detail. I was just looking for comfort, and maybe this is coming through in your message that you give, that the dollars are there to achieve these goals.
Okay, thank you. That's good. I'm glad I got that. I said, I think they are, but obviously, if we will have a collection pot at the center of the room later for those who want to contribute. I think we got around the what I'm taking to, and we're going to get back to Sue's sustainability point in a second, because I don't want to leave it unaddressed. But as I read the room, is that in general, we're at a pretty good place with everything up to the work plan. And I say that caveat right now because we haven't talked about the work plan element of this. However, particularly as it relates to first implementation guidance, we got a lot of good feedback where we could add sort of more specificity, and maybe if there's a targeted question that keys off what our position point is, then that could be helpful, but don't make it a free option. Secondly, some sensitivity about timelines and the pressures that are out there right now and the balance that we're trying to make. And then we've gotten a number of comments about specific topics throughout in terms of strategic drivers, which we should take up when the task force, the planning committee, which is the task force for the strategy review, meets at lunchtime and throughout the week before we turn. Is that a fair assessment? Now, Sue raised the point about sustainability, and she's raised it on a couple of times so far, and I feel like if we let it go unaddressed, then she's made the point, and then it sounds like we're not addressed. As of right now, the document doesn't make a specific call on it, particularly because we as a board are not particularly set up for it in terms of measurements, what that commitments would mean, how it would impact our operations. Doesn't mean that we as a board aren't in general committed to sustainable practices. I have never made the specific link between our commitment to do sustainability assured standards to making this a top strategic priority. I don't necessarily believe that they have to be the case, but they could be the case. And I just wonder if there are any other viewpoints at this board on how to address Sue's intervention, whether we feel like we need something in our document on this or not. Remember, not articulating something in the document doesn't mean that you won't do it. You just don't make it a top strategic priority. Any feedback? Lynn?
I certainly think it enhances our credibility in the sustainability area if we're practicing what we preach. So I think I'm not sure what IFAC have got in place in terms of measurements here or things, or if there's something we can pick up, but it would be helpful if we could have some kind of measures, some kind of commitment. How far we have to go in this document, I actually haven't thought through, but I certainly think it helps our credibility to follow good sustainability principles.
Bill?
I agree wholeheartedly. I think it goes to credibility. I'm not sure it needs to be in the strategy necessarily as a number one priority, but we need to have a responsible sustainability policy, and air travel is the one that just jumps out.
So the challenge on the measurement from the air travel side is that we don't all use the same provider for air travel, and we don't track everyone's business, which is, I think one way maybe to go about this is to commit ourselves to do things in a sustainable way as much as practical. It's just, I always worry about vague commitments in a strategy document. Eric?
Yeah, I was just going to say that perhaps we could build something into the work plan about exploring what those measures might be, or learning from other standard setters how they are dealing with it, or at least pointing to it in the work plan is something we'll work on.
So something more in the line of exploring best ways, which Sue is sort of led ourselves to. It's just the question of how specific we are about the ability to measure right now. Okay, Wendy?
So I just wanted to echo what others have said, and I think I feel strongly as Sue does that it either needs to be in the work plan, or we could add something else to your opening remarks to refer to it, or the intent, the piece that's missing that we keep adding to because it's not there.
Intentionally not. I probably need to be starting to write it, but okay. So let us consider how we could make a reference and a commitment that is feasible right now, that provides some tangible outcome, but also is conscious of the realities of the current situation. James, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I'd leave it, as this is a standard setting strategy for the promulgation of the standards, and the work program is focused on that. I think an area you might want to look is under the allocation of resources. There's a paragraph that talks about our deployment of resources and our operations side. I think that's the space, because I think it's how we approach our implementation of the monitoring group performance, how we look at our staff complements, relocation, et cetera. So it's really an operational matter, at least at this stage. And I think a policy may come forward through that, but it's something that we would look at as we look at our allocation of resources.
Let's take this back. Lots of different ways that we could thread the needle on this one, but I did want to come back to Sue's point and not let it just sit out there. Okay, well, we'll certainly have something in the strategy section of this. It could be under our ways of working, and it could be under the resource allocation part. Okay, Vili, am I back to you for the work plan?
Yes, thank you, Tom. Jasper, can you maybe just advance the slide? Okay, so this moves us on to section 3 of the document, which deals with the work plan. So in agenda item 2, we have indicated the significant changes that we made to the work plan section following the input from the board at the September meeting. So what I'll do is I'll just highlight a few of the items as we go through. Up front in the work plan, we have decided, with the support that the board gave us in September, to retain the approach that we basically saying that in this work plan period 2024 to 2027, we will probably broadly have two parallel priorities in terms of the area of audit and review of financial statements on the one hand, and assurance and other sustainability and other assurance engagements on the other hand. And this is then also the distinction that is made in tables A and B. In terms of the section around the progress of our work that's already in process at the start of 2024, Table A has basically stayed the same. There's just a one line item that was removed because of the fact that we are now, well, we are going to try and approve this week the exposure draft on the part 10 on group audits. That means the whole project will complete before the start of the strategy period. That's why it was removed from Table A. We have also on page 19 introduced under our other initiatives and ongoing activities, made a more distinct split between other work streams and then the implementation support activities, which we've already discussed this morning. But it was basically just to point out that we will continue to be alert to the needs for these post-implementation support activities as contemplated in component 4 of the framework for activities, but mindful that there are competing demands and that our efforts will continue to be prioritized towards standard setting. But I think we've heard some inputs already this morning that we may be a little bit clearer in terms of what we're saying, and maybe also the split between the first-time implementation guidance versus other non-authoritative guidance. Then in the section on our next projects for the work plan period, I think we've mainly done two things in this part. The one is and you will see all of those in track changes, we have made some refinements to facilitate stakeholders' understanding of the criteria that we use in deciding whether to take a new project onto our work program, explain a little bit more about our project cycle, and hopefully that provides our stakeholders with a bit of additional context in terms of what we have on page 21. And when I make page references, that is in the marked up version in agenda item 2A. For stakeholders to better understand what we are able to accommodate within the next work plan period in terms of how we will build up new projects from 2024 through 2027, which basically indicates that we have capacity for a maximum of 7 projects commencing during this period. They will obviously not all be finished during this period. And then the other important thing that we did in this section is on table B. You will remember in the version that we provided in September, there was a little asterisk against certain of the projects, and that was a flow over from the work plan survey that we did in 2021. A few board members indicated that that was confusing, so we've taken that out, and we have added a little bit of a description for each of those topics to at least indicate at a high level what the scope or focus of the revisions would be if we undertake that project. And then I think, oh yes, and the other important thing is under the sustainability work stream, we've obviously tried to be a bit clearer. I think board members, there were some board members that were concerned that because it's just one line item in the table, it might be viewed as just one thing. And we were trying to be a bit more clearer that this is all in the context that we have decided to follow a phased approach with the overarching standard and then future standards, working towards a possible suite of standards for sustainability assurance. So highlighting that this will involve multiple topics that could each be a project, or in certain instances, we might be able to combine certain topics that could then be a project. So that we try to make that a little bit clearer. And then lastly, on the allocation of resources section, we've had a few comments about that section already. In September, this section was not fully developed. So we've built out that a little bit in terms of the insights we have around the implementation of the monitoring group reforms at the moment. And you've seen that on the last page there before we get to the appendices. So that's what I wanted to highlight in terms of the section 3, the work plan. So Jasper, I think we can go to the next, you've on the next slide. So just ask the board's views for on any of the matters as presented in section 3 regarding the work plan. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Wendy.
Hi, Tom. Thank you. I wanted to come back in on something I said earlier. I wasn't suggesting that we should not write the standards for practitioners and non-practitioners. I was just really getting at the practitioners are already highly regulated and the quality of their deliverables are included in existing monitoring. My point was really that who is going to monitor the non-practitioners? There really doesn't seem to be a vehicle for that at the moment. And should we be initiating some kind of dialogue, perhaps with IASCO, not really sure, jointly with IASB, to sort of understand where a plan might be, because the regulators are the ones that are asking or mandating, requiring that these reports be delivered. So that was that point. And then I'm going to come in on a few in this section, which are very few. I'm wondering, I think one of my biggest questions actually is, we touched on a little bit earlier, I'm not sure why LCE, it was stricken from the table that is on page, no, I can't find it. Wasn't really sure why LCE was stricken. And that is on page 18. And then there's a footnote 31 later in the document, and I thought we could just be clearer on what the intention is. So I suggested less words perhaps that basically say, that basically makes it clear that there isn't an intention to revisit 3000 in this strategy, or if there is, we should say it, and then make sure that we get, I'm fairly certain we're going to get comments on it either way. And I think that's what I wanted to come in on in section 3, that was new to, or not a follow-on to some of the threads we've already been talking about. Thank you.
Okay. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I have 2 comments relating, or the first relating to paragraph L, sustainability and other assurance engagement, and there especially to footnote 31. I think ISAE 3000 revised is far from perfect, but I'm concerned that we are considering revising ISAE 3000 revised based upon the work on the sustainability assurance standard. In my view, the latter standard deals with very specific types of information and relates to attestation engagements only, whereas ISAE 3000 revised is designed to deal with every other possible assurance engagement, let me say, under the sun. The likelihood that the work on the sustainability assurance standard will lead to the need for changes to ISAE 3000 revised that do not have an impact on the applicability of the standard is, in my view, very high. Changes to ISAE 3000 revised should be prompted by difficulties encountered with insurance engagements for which no standard is being contemplated in the near future, not current standard setting projects. For this reason, I believe we need to be more cautious about this footnote 31. In my view, it might be better to delete this footnote entirely. Then I have a further comment to paragraph M, assurance on XBRL. I'm convinced that given the differences in national legislation on the issue of XBRL, even within the European Union, it is not to design an assurance standard of general application for the entire world. Consideration might be given to at least pointing out this difficulty in the text describing this project. Thanks very much.
Okay. Ada?
Yes, thank you, Tom, and thank you. Also, thanks to the planning committee in bringing the document in the state where it's in. I didn't come in on section 2, but I did want to go on record that I agree with a lot of the topics that were discussed. I think Eric worded it well. In respect to the sensitivity on the practice, with all the pressure that's coming ahead of us. Also, Sue's point on sustainability, I would wholeheartedly endorse, and I like the suggestion of maybe working this in the work plan as a project to determine how we can best take this forward. Then, in respect of section 3, as I was reflecting on this, and whilst I agree with the possible standard setting topics that we're bringing forward, it left me wondering whether we should just leave this out in the open and whether we shouldn't give a steer as to where we think the priorities should be. I would guess, or I would hope that we are in a position where we have done our outreach, we are on top of the framework of activities, and we see how stuff funnels through, that we give a steer as to the prioritization of the various projects that go forward. It is, I think, much easier to ask for a comment on the prioritization that we set, rather than what do you think? And I think we should be a little bit less open-ended into where we are going to focus our effort. I think we've done it very well in the sense of sustainability. That was clear. We're going to do this regardless, and then we'll consider some others. But I do think the document will help, and also a pointed question to that effect on the prioritization where we're thinking of. And it doesn't need to be a 1, 2, 3, but it could be also qualitative steer. But I do think that we need to show some leadership in this respect. Thank you.
Right. Taking a couple of these comments down, we'll come back to it. Is it Isabel?
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm a member of the planning committee, so I did not intend to comment on this paper, but I wanted to try to answer to Wendy and to the question she raised, and maybe to give an illustration with what's going on currently in Europe. So in Europe, both practitioners and non-practitioners will have the possibility to perform sustainability assurance engagement. They will both have to apply the same standard, and they will be regulated. It's part of the system. So I don't think it's up to the IAASB to determine how non-practitioners should be regulated and monitored by regulators. My understanding is that our role is to provide to the world quality standards that both practitioners and non-practitioners can apply. And then the regulation it will stand on its own because it's currently under development, but it's out of our remit. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks, Tom. Really just 2 comments further to the earlier discussion about challenges that people are facing. I think in the section that's talking about the completion of projects underway, that we could probably have some cautionary wording around the timing and sort of the ability to consider to be flexible when we need to when we go through that process, just to head off hopefully concerns that we're sort of ignoring that environment. I also had a comment on footnote 31. I recognize that there's going to be different views on whether or not 3000 should be updated. It just worried me that if it's left in the bottom of a footnote somewhere, that it might get ignored in the comments from stakeholders. And so personally, I would have preferred that some reference to this be made in the body of the text with a specific question related to it. And certainly if there's a particular view that the board has about whether or not to go forward with that, I think that should be clear in the material. But otherwise, I thought the work plan changes were a good improvement generally. Thanks.
Diane?
Thanks, Tom. Maybe a little bit to Ado's point. I know the list of topics is presented in numerical order, but in my view, there is a wide range of, I hate to say low priority, but maybe not as important priority. So I would ask us to reconsider that. And then one minor comment, which is this ISA 500 series. When you read the lead in to C through G, it reads a little less strong than some of the other comments. It's the only one where we say may require revision. All the others were a little bit more affirmative that we do need to open up these standards. So I don't know if that was intentional, but it does seem to be handled a little bit differently than all the other topics, which again, when you look at the broad brush of topics, we have something that may require revision all the way up to the next chapter in sustainability. So I think it is a wide range, and just ask us to think about how we present these. And to Ado's point, whether we go a little bit further on focused questions about priorities. Thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, so there was some discussion. I think let's start with Ado's topic, that we could be a little bit more directional about what, as I see it, the next topic's up almost. We've been considering this a little bit amongst ourselves, haven't heard that comment, but we've also been considering it over some time. And if we're going to put something in the document, we want to make sure that we're where everyone else is on the board. And my sense is that there are a few streams that are going on here. But based upon our conversations over time, and we haven't really discussed this as a board, is that from a next major audit standard setting project, 330 it seems to be what's up next. But again, we haven't had that discussion at the board, which is partly why we've been a little vague. But we could lead that we would expect, in the context of all what we think, I think what we say here is right, major projects, and that we'll keep these streams alive, and that we'll have to dedicate significant energy to the assurance that the next major audit standard setting project up would be 330. But again, we'd have to get a steer from the board if they think that's the case. Also, there may be projects that naturally follow on from the completion of ISA 500 in the 500 series, and that would be a lean in. And then from an assurance standpoint, we won't know what our next priority is yet until we sort of finish this overarching standard. Some things may pop to the fore in the next as we keep working through. But there's language we could put in the document that sort of give more directional focus to this. But I wouldn't want us to go ahead and put something in if the board didn't agree with this general nudge, which is about as far as we could take it right now. And would that be responsive, that approach, to your comment?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, that would help. I think that makes at least, this could be the very least we could do.
And do people believe what I said on that 330 is the logical candidate from a major standard setting? Audit standard setting topic. And I said major, there's not, it means we could do other things in between, but if we were going to take a big project on the audit side, would 330 be the next one? Ida?
I think 330 makes sense. Not that there's, it makes sense to polish it up. I don't think there's anything fundamentally broken in there, but so much is moved preceding our work before we get to 3:30. But I am also for the relevance of the board. So, well, I'm grateful that the XBRL topic is on there. That is a new area where it may end up in a standard or not, because we could also have a good paper that links it how you apply such an engagement in the 3000 series. So it's not to be said that there will be a new standard, but to put some directional on it. That is an area where that's new. And that's currently unexplored, or largely unexplored, with diverging views in the market.
I think we would target that in one of the streams. Anyone have different points of view here or suggestions? Eric?
You know, I know technology has been an ongoing, so it's very hard for me to say this one's what's higher than the others, to be honest. I would rather hear from the external stakeholders on that.
Sue?
So I think probably 330 makes logical sense as the next one, given the changes that we've made to 315. But I was also reflecting on some of the discussions we've had in the last year or two. Like Eric, technology is something that we have sort of scoped out certain things from other exercises we've been doing. So I would think about that. I also was reflecting on the conversation we've just had about 3000 and being a bit more transparent about whether amendments might be needed for that. And I'm just conscious with all the work we're doing on sustainability that we might find that there are things relating to 3000 or 720 that just trickle out as we're going through them. That said, and I appreciate all that's doing is adding a few more things on the list. It does feel to me like we've got a long list, and I do think we could kind of bring it down to a slightly shorter list of the ones that we do think are more towards the top of the pile, and at least get some kind of, yeah, and I can see you're smiling because that short list will become longer, but you know, we could give it a
The
go.
problem is your short list, when we remove something, we have a stakeholder. The reason we have this, every topic on the list, is that some stakeholder raised it as part of, remember, our work plan consultation. So, okay, we're saying 3000 today, but I speak to IAASB and others, and analytical procedures and sampling and all those come onto the list all the time. And so we've been partly, the next up would be sort of a signaling, we're not making too big of a prioritization to call right now, but just realistically, the mindset of the board is, oh, if we're going to do a major audit standard setting project, we have been targeted maybe 330 or some other project as a result, but we're also conscious of technology issues. So as a fallout to 500 being done, we may take in technology. So this is the dynamic that we face. And, you know, if we were so committed 3 years ago, we would have surprised the market with rushing to sustainability on our work program, because it was not the top priority. So this is partly why we've added the flexibility existed currently, but I'm happy to give some caveated indication that we know the world could change, but this is our current line of thinking, which is sort of what Edo is asking us to do. Lynn.
As this is my last opportunity to have input on the priorities, I'm just going to put it in a plug for 2410.
Yes, the old favorite 2410. Sachika.
Hello, everybody. I just would like to echo Eric and Sue on 330 and technology. That is kind of to bucket, you know, if we setting aside sustainability issue, that's the kind of the thing that I always hear from people, particularly technology things. So And I also like Thomas' suggestion about kind of giving some very, short list direction rather than saying anything and just give general question. I think it's very helpful for our people to respond when looking at the discussion paper. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is, believe it or not, this is directionally very consistent with the draft language we were actually coming up with the exception of Lynn's advocacy for 2410 over 330. But Isabel.
Yeah, depending on the people you speak to, diverging priority appear. So you would be disappointing if I was not raising also joint audit, because we hear more and more demand for joint audit or shared audit currently in Europe. So I think that was the advantage of being neutral in the prioritization, because all are relevant. And my fear is if we say 330 will be the first one, they will take the paper and say, okay, so they're ready to do one new project in 24. So it means that any other project we will ask for will not start until 25, and it's in a very long time. So I thought that remaining open was the best way to get the feedback we want and see who is really interested in any of the project, because they're all relevant and all have been requested by many. Thank you.
Len.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So being on the planning committee, I think I've gone through a few strategy in my lifetime on this board. I think there's a reason we didn't go for directional, because you go out with the directional statement that you're going to get the different comments, different type of comments coming back, because some people may not feel strongly about 330, even though personally I feel strongly about 330. So I thought question 4 was very clear. So you look at question 4, there's a priority we have on the table, and we ask people to comment on the list of things we identify in table B. I thought that's the right balance. I think we've been doing that for the board for the last 10, 12 years. But of course, we'll try to be innovative, try to change our strategy, how we present to the public. But I thought we have that work plan. These are the priority, and we ask people to comment on that. So maybe based on the comments we will hear, it's going to be 330, it's going to be jumps out. Then the board will have a meaningful discussion and go forward. Thanks, Tom.
Wendy.
Thanks, Tom. Just 2 comments, or one's a question. Would we, based on this discussion, would we consider a survey similar to what we did in 2021? Thinking about some of the feedback that I got on consultation paper and comment letter overload for responses, a survey might generate more information than and we have to ask the questions in the right way, but we might get more feedback from others that we don't normally get. And a survey is very easy to fill out, and you can also play with the data and who is responding to it. So that was one thought. And the other thought I had to Ado's comment about, do we really need to sound so committed? And I was wondering if the box on 21, where we talk about 1 new project in 2024, 2 or 3 in 2025, do we really need to commit to that? Is that required? Because from my point of view, we added sustainability or fast tracked it, and that's like 3 projects, in terms of time. So I don't know if we necessarily need to be that committed in that box on 21. Thank you.
Okay, I think we should take the comment about specificity back. Given some input to say maybe 330 is the next major one, that we would continue to have an ongoing project, some project on sustainability, and always have an outlook on where we can make the most meaningful contribution on technology. wouldn't overly commit us, but may target some comments in the process, because you said 3:30, then people may be like, no, 24:10 may be the right place to exit, and you're going to waste time on 3:30, and it works quite fine in the marketplace. I don't know that's how it would work, but maybe we should just take this back to the planning committee, not overcommit ourselves, and see if we could get some nuance into it. Michael, I see you would like to come in.
Yes, thanks, Tom. I just want to offer a few comments at this stage on the discussion today, and also hopefully this feedback will be useful to the planning committee as it thinks about things during the week. But really pleased to see the excellent discussion today that's focused on clarifying the strategic objectives and how they can be met with sensitivity to the needs of stakeholders. So the examples that I would note there include the position on first-time implementation guidance, the need to seek innovative approaches to facilitate consultation, and the role of the IAASB in furthering adoption of the standards by regulators. I would add that regarding sustainability of your own operations, the PIOB has also been thinking about that with respect to its own approach. And we've recently developed a policy to guide the planning of our meetings. And in doing so, we considered trade-offs between cost effectiveness and sustainability. So certainly would support the IAASB doing something like that as well as part of your work plan. I agree with comments today that further guidance on potential projects to be targeted first beyond the criteria that are there in the framework for activities might be helpful to obtain meaningful input from stakeholders. However, the proposed approach is also reasonable, so the PIOB is not going to push on this point. But I would suggest that you might want to consider something like polling the board members informally and asking each to give their top 3 potential projects from the longer list, compiling that, and then perhaps reporting back in your document the top 5, not in priority order, but just which ones are sort of bubbling to the top of the list. That perhaps that would be of some use to stakeholders. And finally, I would note that that we were very pleased at the PIOB to see in your document and the similar document that IAASB is producing the heightened emphasis on joint work of the 2 boards. So thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions to ask for this? Okay.
Right, I think then we can move to the last section, which is just going back to the beginning of the document, where we have the introduction and request for comments. And I think the big issue there is, or the big item there is the questions that we are putting to stakeholders. So a few changes that we've made here is that we have clearly indicated on top that we would also be interested in stakeholders' rationale for their answers, as well as specific suggestions where appropriate. I think we got the comment in September that the questions seem to be very closed or too narrow, and maybe we are interested in the views of the stakeholders. We've also decided not to have questions with subsections. From past experience, as soon as you have questions with subsections, it's very difficult to analyze the comments. So we've kept it to 7 specific questions. We've taken out the question on our work underway at the start of 2024, because I think we got a clear indication from the board that that's a given. And then we've split the question about possible new projects into the 2 parallel priorities that we think we will have, in terms of asking specifically a question about possible candidate topics in the area of audits and reviews, and then also possible candidate topics in the area of sustainability and other assurance engagement. And then lastly, we've added a question specifically regarding stakeholders' views on the value of the enhanced coordination in terms of the impact of our standard setting actions and our ways of working of coordination between the IAASB and ethics. So thank you, Tom. So Jasper, the next one is just asking for any views on those changes.
Yeah, and I think there was a good point that we should add to this question that people aren't required to respond to all the questions, but we can probably get that underneath the italicized point is that we ask you to respond directly to questions below, and then could remind people that people could respond to only those questions that they have real views on. TK.
All right, thank you, Tom. We only have one comment on the last question about our coordination with IAASB. So we don't explain how this coordination will be enhanced from what we're currently doing. If you look at IAASB's work plan, they do have the NOCLA and PI post-implementation review, and we don't speak to how we will be coordinating them on those as well. So just to tease out a bit more on how the coordination would look in the future. Thank you.
Thanks. So maybe the first one will just writing on what TK has said on the last question. Actually, I was reading it. I'm not entirely sure if the question is clear, what we're after. I'm just wondering whether we should be asking maybe about the focus of the coordination as well, or instead. So I just wonder if the question can be made clear in terms of what we're seeking from our stakeholders. So going backward from there, on the question 4, I did not offer my take earlier, but I was supportive of the question as it is. So, and I guess the way we have laid out being a little bit more neutral. So I was supportive of the question. And just on the last bit, what is of relative importance to you organization? And I wonder whether we need to add, or it'd be helpful just also add in the layer on jurisdiction. So on you, organization, or your jurisdiction. And then maybe just again, going backward more broadly, I think it's the point that Wendy raised. I think this is a consultation that we want to encourage even more responses than our usual stakeholders group. And I think just in terms of strategy, there are stakeholders who will be more comfortable responding to this. And in order to encourage that, I think Wendy's suggestion, and I had that in mind as well, to just design it in the form of a survey will make it a little bit less intimidating, so they don't feel like they have to produce a formal response in PDF and in Word just to provide that response to IAASB. So I'll be supportive of that.
Any other comments? Wendy?
So I think, Vili, you responded to some of the points that I sent in, because I think we were looking to supplement some of the questions with some sub questions. So to elicit some of the responses we might not be getting. The other recommendation we made is maybe to separate the first 2 questions more precisely into the proposed goal, instead of lumping so many topics into one question, and perhaps we're not going to get the responses, or maybe we can consider that in a survey of sorts. And thank you, Chung Wei, for echoing in on that. And I just wanted to ask, I think we talked about putting the implementation guidance in as another question, so there might be 8 in total. And that's it. Thank you.
Anyone? Yosh?
Thank you, Tom. This is first time to present my comments. So hello, good morning, everyone. About the section 1 request for comments, as we all believe that development of sustainability assurance standard is of high importance in the new project from the viewpoint of stakeholder needs and the public interest. And I support the addition of the question 4 or 5 potential topics for future standards development in the consultation paper to help gather more detailed information. In addition, in order to collect more useful information, I suggest including questions such as specific issues currently recognized or elements that should be included in the standard for each of assuming reasonable assurance or assuming limited assurance, because reasonable assurance and limited assurance are very difficult to understood by the stakeholders. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other cards? Okay, Wendy, and whatever we ultimately end up doing about surveys, I just want to be clear that approval of the strategy document with the questions on this would not be contingent on the production of the survey. Like, that will be something we'll consider as a feasible option after we approve this document, and maybe be in complement to our actions. We just haven't thought through the ability to create a survey, what it means from time in. But I do want to make sure that we leave this board on Friday with approval of the core document and core questions. And whether we create a survey or not, I need to speak to the team here and what that would entail, and et cetera, and not make that sort of precedential for approval. Are people okay with that? Yeah, I think nods ahead. Okay, I feel we've got a number of helpful suggestions. We're probably in reasonably good ground to get this done and turned by Thursday, right? Is what we say we're gonna turn it. Planning committee is gonna meet at lunchtime today to talk through items. We were already moving anyway on some of the comments that we received in advance. So let's use this as an opportunity to break. What the time is 10:54. I think we should take a half-hour break. In fact, maybe since I'm good at staying at round numbers, let's break to 11:30 a.m. We'll reconvene there, and then we'll take the next section from 11:30 to 12:45 when we'll deal with LCEs. But thank you. So we get 35 minutes off now, and we'll reconvene at 11:30 our time. Warren's already disappeared into the background, as you can see. He's the invisible man there. And we'll speak to you soon. Okay, we're going to start in 2 minutes. Okay, can we all get seated, please? Okay, who will? Okay, let us, we have a lot to get through. We're gonna hand it over to Kai now on LCEs. And we have a few sessions set up for LCEs. And we'll go now to about 12:45 and then break. And then we'll pick up after lunch. Kai?
Thank you, Tom, and pleasure to being back at the table, speaking about LCE, which seems to be from all the outreach that we've done earlier and still a topic that's quite of interest to a lot of stakeholders. We've been discussing this for quite a while, and this is the next step to some of this. I think last time Jasper and Amy also shared some of the presentation. That was a success. We'll continue with that process for this meeting as well. So you won't have to listen to me through the whole presentation, which is good. And the clicker doesn't work. Can we go to the next slide? We had, since the last meeting, we had one physical task force meeting and 2 virtual meetings in preparation for this board meeting. This was the first time we had a physical task force meeting with all members in place, except for just during the last board meeting. And so we had a good meeting at the MBAs in Netherlands, Amsterdam, where we evolved some of the discussion around this. Leading up to this meeting, we also had the first round of discussion with the S&P AG after we received the input on the ED. So we met with them last week, gave them an overall feedback on what we heard and directionally where we're heading, and then also asked for their feedback around the topics that we're discussing today. Overall, their feedback, they're happy with the progression that we're doing, generally happy with the direction we're heading on the issues that we're discussing. They do have some detailed comments around some of the specific areas that we will come back to, I guess, when we talk about the different topics today. they were really happy that we have, or parts of the group were happy around including component auditors. There are some mixed feedback on around that. They did have some questions around what that means and how what a component auditor is in some contexts. They were also had some specific input around part 6, as we probably will discuss later on as well. Some around general IT controls, but we will cover them off when we go there. And on the authority as one of the other topics, that was the first time they saw and gave feedback on what we've been discussing. They're happy with direction, feel it's better to describe what an LCE is. They do have some questions around the quantitative indicators or the numerical indicators in the qualitative characteristics, as we also discussed with the board in September. They did have some concerns around that, and specifically more that it may lead to a documentation effort to justify for regulators that you're still an LCE. But we'll cover off some of that when we have the specific discussions going later. Then we also last week had a meeting with the reference group. I think overall we can say they have similar view than the SMP AG. Happy with where we're moving. Some specific input on both the part 6. On part 10, no real issues on the content itself. It's more around same thing as I discussed earlier with the component auditors and in limited situations where you end up using them. Also, in the meantime, we had discussions with some of the other projects. We've discussed with the listed entity and PI project how that affects the LCE project, and we also on staff had discussions, staff level had discussion on going concern linked to this project. The other part is, I think, as mentioned earlier, there's been meetings both with IFIAR and CAOB. In general, they are happy with the direction that we're moving, and that it's more specificity around who can use the standard, and they're happy where we're going. I think then you managed to get the clicker to work. I think the distance was too far. So now the objective for this week's session, it's really split into 2 parts. If you remember back to the ED, we had discussions leading up to the ED, what our position should be on group audits. We landed not included the group audits. We did have a specific question. And the enormous feedback we got on the ED was that the LCE standard should cover group audits. So to respond to that, and also following our due process, we need to expose part 10, as that's not been previously been exposed, and we have not gathered feedback on it. So on the agenda for this week is to approve part 10, so we can get feedback on that, together with the conforming amendments. The other part of this week's agenda is to further evolve the discussions on some of the areas that we had identified based on the input we got on the ED. So how we're responding to the comments we received on the ED. Part 6, one we've been discussing for a while, and we did have some exploratory drafting in September. We've now done more specific, and we've come back to you with a whole version of part 6. And then there's also a smaller change or addition to the authority that we will discuss around the quantitative threshold. And then also there's a couple others selected areas that we will get the recommendation on, views and recommendations on way forward. But basically approving the draft of part 10, as we've not had that for exposure earlier, with that then also describing the additional authority pieces that would go with part 10 but not exposing the authority as a whole again. Since we have already exposed that and we gathered feedback, we don't need another round of feedback, and we haven't really agreed on what the whole authority as a whole should be. Anyway, so it's just still a moving target, but then we need to explain what the additional authority piece would be on groups. So I think with that, I'll hand over to Jasper, that also managed to get the clicker to work, and then he'll lead us through part 10. Thanks.
Thank you, Kai. Multitasking here. I will highlight a few matters for you related to the incorporation of part 10 in the ISA for LCE. Let's start with the authority. The biggest change that we had there is that we have a new prohibition when involving component auditors. This was discussed by the board in September, so it shouldn't come as a surprise to you. If you look in more detail in the authority, what we've done, we've added quite a bit of EEM and made some other changes, and we really did that because we thought it was needed for the auditor, that EEM was needed to determine whether an entity is a single entity or a group. So that's the EEM is explaining that, and this part was originally placed in part 10, but the task force was of the view that's better placed in the authority where the auditor actually makes the decision. So that's why it was moved up front. And we also explained what a component auditor is. And with that, we stayed true to the definitions in 600. The other thing what we've changed in the authority is around the qualitative thresholds. It's really based on suggestions from the board in September. So for example, what we've done, we've aligned the wording more closely to ISO 600 revised. And the other thing that we done, for example, like there was quite a few comments in the September board meeting about the number of jurisdictions that LCE could be active in, and in September we had it at 5, and now we moved it down to 3 based on comments from the board. Another discussion that we had related to the authority and the use of component auditors was we looked into, and this was a request from the board, we looked into whether another auditor could perform very limited procedures, even though component auditors are not allowed to be involved. So we had a long discussion with this, and this would, for example, be for an inventory count. If the inventory was located in a different location than where the entity is based, and we had a long discussion with this on the task force, and we decided in the end not to make an exception for this, and there are a few reasons for that. The first is the inconsistency with the definitions in ISO 600. In ISO 600, when you are a group, you are either a group auditor or a component auditor. It's one or the other. We would, by adding, if we would deviate from this, the definition would be different from 600 and might create confusion in the marketplace. The other thing is we thought it was important to have a bright line, because otherwise we need to define what are those very limited procedures. Is it just an inventory count is okay, but what is then something more? Like you're going to a slippery slope, and we try to be clear. And in that decision, we really considered on the total amount of audits of LCE. In how many cases would it be? Would we really need this? And the task force understands that by making this decision, we would some stakeholders would be disappointed. But we think in general, if you look at it, the whole population of the entities that could use the ISA for LCE, it's rather a small population that will be affected by this. So that's why in the end we concluded not to make an exception for the use of another auditor for very limited audit procedures. Then on part 10, in the requirements, of course, we removed all the requirements related to component auditors, and we made several changes based on suggestions from the board in September. The other thing what we did in part 10, we included EEM. So the approach for the EEM was we went to ISO 600 revised, and we looked into the application material and whether any of the application material would really be helpful in a typical LCE. And the approach taken is very similar to what's done for the rest of the development of the EEM in the ISO for LCE. We really thought we really thought hard, and only when it was critical, we added it. Last thing I would like to highlight are the conforming amendments to the other parts, due to part 10. And here we brought in the definitions from ISO 600 revised. We brought them in the glossary. You'll see that we did not include the definition of the group engagement partner and group auditor. The reason for that, for the group engagement partner, wasn't used anywhere in part 10. And the task force was of the view that group auditor wasn't needed because there are no component auditors. So we didn't think that distinction was needed for the ISO for LCE. And I think with that, Tom, we're getting to the first question, and where the board is asked for their views on the changes made to the authority. Thank you.
Okay. So this is paragraph 14, agenda item 3. Any comments? Diane.
Thanks very much for all the work that you guys have done to move this forward. In terms of the authority, I have 2 comments on the qualitative section. One, and I know this sounds really picky, and so I will apologize in advance, but I actually think this one is important. Otherwise, I won't raise it. When we talk about the number, it's underneath the discussion about group structure and activities, and the group entities or business units are limited to a few jurisdictions. We actually use, I'm okay with the number 3 or less, but we use EG as a for example, as opposed to an IE, which is a little bit stronger. And I would have preferred to see an IE in that situation. I think the EG is a little bit too soft, and I do feel strongly about this topic, and I think the 3 or less is the right number. I would just change the prefix to that. The second one is an observation, which I was surprised that, and maybe the place is in the consolidation process, but I was surprised that there was nothing in here about IT and the complexity of the IT systems. And I thought maybe you could tuck that into how the consolidation process works, but that was the only other comment that I had. Thank you.
One of the benefits of sitting right across from you, Diane, is that I get to see I love journal entry sticker on your computer. So it doesn't surprise me that you've gotten to the topic of IE versus EG.
I will admit to my, that was raised for me. It was not a Diane original, but I will give full credit to my great team behind me. Thank you.
And you still love journal entries.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Guy.
Thanks, Tom. While I believe that the changes made to the authority related to group audits faithfully reflect the view of the board that group audits with components auditors should be scoped out. I continue to take the view that there can be simple group audits involving a component auditors. Let me tell you, in my jurisdiction, especially in the European Union, we have a quite number of this simple group audits. I think this issue is central to the application of the standard and may affect whether the standard is adopted in my jurisdiction. This matter should be given appropriate prominence in the explanatory memorandum, including the questions posed to respondents. In this vein, I'm also concerned that the qualitative characteristics such as 5 or less business units, the use of the same accounting policy, which depends, in my view, upon the nature and extent of differences, no sub-consolidations, which in some circumstances, I'm totally convinced may be very, very simple, may lead to an overly restrictive use of the standard. Consideration should be given to making these characteristics more judgmental rather than using bright lines. Thanks very much.
Just quick clarification. You raised those points when we made the decision about component auditors last time. You're not suggesting re-deliberation of that point, other than to raise a discussion about it in the explanatory memorandum. Okay,
that's correct. Thanks.
I just wanted to clarify that. Isabel.
Thank you. So as you know, we are very supportive of the standard on less complex entity. And we support the exclusion of the situations where component auditors are involved and the inclusion of the first two paragraphs of EEM in A1. However, I believe there is a need for clarifications of the situation in which we would consider that a component auditor is deemed to have been used. I refer to the third paragraph of the EEM in A1, the sentence, when the auditor responsible for the group audit performs audit procedures related to a component auditor, the auditor is not considered a component auditor. And even if I agree with this statement, I believe it needs clarification. Because who is the auditor? We need to go back to the glossary and find the definition of auditor. And we have a definition of auditor in proposed ISA for LCE in BED, which says, like in the ISA, that auditor is used to refer to the person or persons conducting the audit, usually the engagement partner or other member of the engagement team, or as applicable, the firm. So it can be the partner with the team, and or the firm. So then several questions were raised. If the work on the component is performed by another engagement partner of the same office of the firm, is the other partner a component auditor? Second question, if the work on the component is performed by another engagement partner of a different office of the firm, is the other partner a component auditor? Third question, if the engagement partner is working with a different team members than on the holding company, is the new team a component auditor? And fourth and last question, if the work of the component is performed by a specialist who was not involved on the audit of the holding company, is the specialist a component auditor? So I agree all these questions are not specific to ISA for LCE. They also apply in ISA 600, but in fact, we never touched them because we did not need to touch them. Now that it's key to determine whether you're in or out of the standard, I believe we should clarify that. So that was my comment on A1. And on A3, we have a criteria that is access to information or people. I believe it is a condition for acceptance of the engagement, and it should not be considered as a consideration to apply ISA for LCE. Thank you.
Thank you. Len?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Yeah, I was just listening to Isabel's question. I thought some of the question might be more 600 question rather than LCE questions. So, so probably from that perspective, maybe it's more how 600 address those questions in post component auditor rather than try to address in LCE. But I'm sure there's some coordination needs to be done to address Isabel's question. My question is actually, Jasper, thank you for the presentations about the use of other auditor. I know in ISA 220, ISA 600, there's some mentioning of use of other auditors. So perhaps my question is not related to in a group setting. So if you are in an LCE audit and it's not a group, but you need another auditor to do an inventory stock take in a location that's kind of far away. So in that case, is the whole standard scope out from that audit because you involve another auditor? So I wasn't clear whether this is a group situation or it's a other auditor situation. So it's perhaps just want Kai or task force to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn?
Mine is a question. In paragraph 11, you say that the definition of the description of a component auditor is based on the definition in 600. And then we have a description in paragraph 14. I was wondering why you didn't just use 600 definition for a component auditor, why you changed it. Thank you.
Okay, Wendy?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Len, for asking my question on other auditor versus component auditor. So that'll get answered in due course. And I just wanted to go on the record again for the qualitative factors in the authority. Whether it's EG or IE, I don't think, given the vast jurisdictional differences and size of entities, that we need to put in 5 or less as a bright line or 3 or less as a bright line. And that should be left to the jurisdictions. Thank you.
So, by the way, Jasper or Kai, anytime you want to come in, or feel free. Otherwise, I will keep on accumulating comments.
Oops. Yeah, I think the one question that come up multiple times, which probably is worthwhile trying to just clarify a bit right now, is around the other auditor. Jump in as well, Jasper, but I think what we have here now is just relating to groups. If you think about in an audit of a separate or a non-group situation, if you involve another auditor to do an inventory stock take, that's covered by the requirements that we have otherwise. So it will be under supervision and review of the auditor, and they will be considered part of the engagement team. The difference here is that if it's in a group situation, it will be a component. And by definition, looking into 600, they would be component auditor. And we've scoped out component auditors. So I wonder if that helps the people that ask this question or not. Do you want to add, Jasper?
Yeah, I think it's correct what you mentioned. I think it's the definitions in 600 make you, like in 600 there wasn't an issue, right? Like it's, but because right now there's prohibition on the use of component auditors, like because of the definition 600, you get into the situation that you can indeed, for a single entity audit, you could have another auditor, but when you're in a group, not. I think the task force recognizes that as well. Like that's why we had very long discussions about this. So it's or deviating from the definitions in 600, which is the alternative, or staying with things what we have proposed.
Does anyone want to come in on this point? Hello?
Yeah, I'm just collecting my thoughts, but it's I was struggling with this as well. The mere fact of using the definitions, indeed, somebody doing a stock count at A4, and that's the only bit that he or she does, and the rest of the audit is done by the engagement team that sits centrally. That seems a little bit out of proportion by excluding the ability to use somebody in a foreign territory. So now we need to ship somebody over from our team to do the stock count there. It doesn't make rational sense. I understand the complications that the standards are throwing up for this. I'm just not sure that just saying, well, we're complicating the definitions, so we're not going to find a solution for it. I think we should find a solution for it. I'm just not sure which one that should be. and whether it should be that if you've determined that this is a group audit and you have this is the central team, to what extent can we leverage the 220 scenario on top of this, and then saying, well, if it's only for limited circumstances, and I know all the dangers that are associated with it, then this individual would not be considered a group auditor because you don't have component auditors. It's difficult. I entirely appreciate the complexity that the task force has to sort out, but the response at the moment doesn't feel entirely proportional.
I saw Sue and Wendy raise their cards at the same time. You have a similar viewpoint to Edo?
Yeah, I mean, my card was up for almost exactly the same point as Len and Isabel have explained. And I think, the explanation you provided, Kai, is helpful, but there are a lot of questions that are unanswered within what we've got. And actually my request was that we make sure that we capture some of these thoughts in the explanatory memorandum or whether it's in some of the other material, and also that we are transparent about it in the questions that we ask, because the underlying concern is that you could end up with people making decisions that could undermine audit quality by sending somebody to a jurisdiction where they don't speak the language just to be able to stay within a standard, just to do an inventory observation or something. So it's those very simple areas where you might be using somebody else, or even if you might want to speak to the component auditor, even if you're not using their work, just to be able to have a conversation or something. So those kind of thoughts I think would be helpful.
Wendy?
First, I forgot to commend the task force for their fine work. So thank you. The papers were really excellent and easy to get through. With the exception of paragraph 12 in the issues paper, which is what caused a lot of this debate, but this discussion has clarified for me when it's in and it's out. It's in under ISA 220 and out under the group exclusions. And I think, Jasper, what might be helpful is some of the data looked at to suggest that it would be isolated, which would get to more of Ado and Sue's point that the expectation for the use in the circumstance they described is very low. The circumstance would be low and you would be in a group audit with component auditors anyway. And that's why from what I understand, it was determined part of the reason to take it out. Thank you.
Anyone else on this specific point? Eric?
Yeah, very similar. My stakeholders indicated that this wasn't as rare a circumstance as the task force was suggesting. So to Kai's point and others, I think it needs to be brought out more in the explanatory memorandum so that people really understand what the implications are in their jurisdiction.
So this was a topic I raised in my meeting too. I feel like we're a little bit trapped in form over substance here. And the whole idea of this standard was to be proportionate. I'm strongly for the principle to be applied that component auditors are out. But in fact, you get a crazy situation where if you choose a non-auditor, by definition, you're scoped out of this and you could just incentivize not the right practice here in terms of inventory counts or something like that. So I know that the task force has considered this since, and I just look, maybe there's a way of upholding our principle on substance, but not having form here effectively by a definition that wasn't created for the purposes of an LCE standard to address this issue. Kai?
Yeah, and it was an issue that we spent quite a lot of time in Amsterdam and also on some of the calls. It is leading to disproportionate response in the standards, and we've tried to tackle that. But as you said, felt that the number of situations that you actually were down to this, when we had the discussions with the SMP AG and the reference group as well, it might not be that many cases that we think, because in some of the situations where we're being brought up, it might be that they would fall out of being an LC by other characteristics. But it is something that we've discussed further and evolved, and Willie has some suggestions on some of that that we can get to. But it's been a hard nut to crack. So, Willie.
Thank you, Kai Morten. Yes, so as Kai has indicated, that this is a difficult one, and I think Ada, you've summarized it quite well in saying you appreciate the fact that we try to stay true to these definitions, but this is creating a practical problem. And I think what we need to, if you step back and look at the situation, let me put it this way, the managing of the work of what this auditor does, for that we've got requirements. If it is a single entity audit, remember, if you are not under the ISA for LC, you're under the full ISAs, you do a single entity audit and you use another auditor to go and do some work for you. ISA 220 says that individual is part of the engagement team, that therefore all the 220 requirements apply, including the direction, supervision, and review of that person's work. And it says, but by the way, we've got ISA 600, and there is some very useful guidance for you that you may use there. When it comes to a group audit, then it's no issue because we've got the standard that deals with that. And the problem here is now we've set up a standard where we are not using component auditors. However, the quality management requirements are still there. So whether you are using another auditor for purposes of the stock take, you still have the quality management requirements in the standard, in the ISA LCE standard, that will take care of managing the work in terms of all the requirements apply, direction, supervision, review, all of that will still apply. So we are a bit caught by the definition. And so what Kai Morten and myself and Dan and Amy discussed it this morning as well. Just want to caveat it, we haven't discussed it with the task force yet. So just want to make sure that we're not excluding the task force from this discussion. But I think Kai has explained very well that the task force has spent quite a bit of time in terms of thinking about this, and have gone through a number of different scenarios, and each time landed in the space of, well, if this situation presents itself, maybe you're not an LCE in terms of the scenarios that you worked through. But I think Wendy and a few others posed a good challenge. Maybe it is not as rare as we might think it is, as we are saying in the issues paper. I just want to see if sorry, you didn't use the word rare. You said not, would not be frequent. So I think a possible solution is, because to go out on ED, the task force has to take a position and the board has to, at least by vote, agree with that position. But it is possible to highlight this issue in the explanatory memorandum. We have to accept as a board, though, that the only way around this would be to look at that definition. And Lynn, I'm just going to ask you one question a little bit later about the comment you made. But we almost have to look at it and say, there's component auditors. Remember, we don't need that for purposes of the standard. We are defining it only for purposes of determining whether you're in the standard or not. And we've got the construct where in certain instances we have a term, and in parentheses we indicate why we're defining the term. So for example, in ISA 570, we've said uncertainty in parentheses related to going concern. So we could consider something like component auditors in parentheses for purposes of determining whether the use of the ISA for LCE is appropriate for the group audit. That's why we're defining it. And then, yes, it has to be limited very much to an individual from another firm performing specific further audit procedures for certain relevant assertions on certain classes of transactions, account balances, or disclosures. We will have to make sure that it is very tight. So for me, that could be an option, because if we don't address the definition that we're using to determine whether you're in the standard or not, we're not going to solve the problem, because that's where the problem is. The controlling the work and direction and supervision and review, all of that we've got requirements for. It is about this practicality. And so an option might be to point that out in the EM and ask a question about it, but still go in with the task force's position, obviously, if the board agrees that's an appropriate position. Lynn, what I just wanted to ask you, you said, why didn't we just use the definition in 600? Well, we did use the definition in 600 up to the full stop before we say when the auditor responsible for the group audit, because that's actually application material in 600 that we've just adapted. So I think it might have just gotten a little bit conflated in the EM, the way that we presented, but the definition, the first sentence up to the bullet point for a group audit full stop, that is word for word the definition from 600.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand why the rest of it wasn't the same. That was thing, because it says we've amended it, but it didn't say why we've amended it. So it just confused me.
So Billy, are you suggesting that one alternative is to, obviously nothing is being decided right now, but that one alternative is to accept the current position of the task force and have a big discussion of this in the explanatory memorandum and bring it out? Or the other suggestion is to adapt the language in the proposal to reflect the concern that had been raised here along the lines you've been discussing. I just want to make sure that we get a firm conclusion from the board standpoint about what we would have in an exposure draft.
Yeah, I think, and Kai, just correct me if I'm wrong, I think the task force is happy with the position that they've presented. And I think the task force would want to go out on exposure with that position, but they recognize the practicalities of this. And therefore we present in the EM how those practicalities could be addressed. And remember, I think to Wendy's point, are these situations really that rare? So let's get the input from the stakeholders on that. The other thing is the board has to be comfortable that the only way it can be addressed is through the description of a component auditor. And I think the point that I'm trying to say is we're not changing the definition in the ISAs. We're saying we describing this term for purposes of determining whether you're in the standard or not, because it's not a term that we will use in any other place in the standard. Kai, I don't know if that's...
Yeah, I think it reflects what we discussed earlier today, but then we'll see. Are there any? What's the reaction to that from the board, including also task force members, as they have not discussed this at all yet?
We're not limited to non-task force members here, so any reactions? Julie?
I am on the task force, so I'm just trying to process, Willie, what you described. Maybe another thought is to talk about it in the sense of the practicability of attending or performing certain procedures due to location or something along those lines. I guess I'm just thinking about where this occurs, and I think what I've heard is it occurs more often in inventory or physical asset verification, and not extending it beyond that potentially, because when you start to talk about accounts and assertions, and then I wonder, where do you draw the line? So I was wondering if it's a consideration to think about the physical aspect of why you need another auditor. So is it because of the location of that particular inventory or asset that requires you to use someone outside of your team? That would be maybe the exception, as opposed to thinking about it from an account assertion perspective. But that's just literally a 5-minute thought that, as I'm trying to process this.
Diane, I saw your card come up.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat as Julie. I get a little nervous about kind of modifying the definition. I know you described it well, Willie, and I understand what you're saying. It would be a modification for purposes of seeing how this scope of this standard applies. But I do think then you're creating open to interpretation. And I like Julie's approach of maybe anchoring a little bit more to situations. You know, these are very specific audit procedures that are being done for a particular reason. They are maybe isolated to a specific account, a specific event, give some examples and frame it that way and use it as almost an exception, right? The general answer is no, except if you have these situations, and I that may be overreaching, but that might be a better way to handle it. I do get slightly more concerned about a modified definition. Thanks.
Warren?
Thanks, Tom. So Kai, I've been getting very mixed views on this particular issue about the components and whether they should or shouldn't be allowed, and component auditors and group auditors. And it doesn't seem to be going one way or the other. I think that's probably also reflected in the level of very technical discussion now. I'm just wondering, and I take the point that saying, you know, if you get somebody to go and do a stock count for you or to do a physical asset verification for you, that to knock that person out of the LCE standard automatically could be a bit harsh. And I mean, just thinking about what Diane has just said, and bearing in mind that the whole purpose of this is trying to identify whether or not you've got an entity that is complex to audit. I wonder if instead of trying to get bogged down in modifications of the definitions, we just sort of create the principle that says, or the statement that says, remember that you're worried about complexity of the engagement. And really, if you've got somebody who's effectively been outsourced to perform a fairly routine or standard activity that doesn't involve a lot of judgment, it's very procedural in nature, and a good example of that would be a stock count or some type of basic observation, then that wouldn't automatically create an exception for you that would then chuck you out of the standard. And then you don't necessarily have to get bogged down in trying to amend all of the definitions, which I reckon will probably just open up a whole new can of worms.
Edo?
Yes, thank you. And I'll probably tag on to Warren, but approach it a little bit differently, because I like the suggestion of Julie, supported by Diane, where I would prefer to stick with the principle, but create an exception to the principle in here for these indeed simple procedural aspects. And I like the fiscal aspect of it. There is an element of, because one of the reasons why we don't want a lot of jurisdictions in there is that it's complex. That brings different legal frameworks and all sorts of complexity. But counting here versus in a remote location, that doesn't trigger a level of complexity. So I think there's a good argument to be made. And so that avenue that Julie raised with the addition of Diane's comments, I think that I would fully support it.
Eric and TK, is it on this point or you have other points to come in on? Okay, Eric's.
Yeah, it's interesting because in the discussions we had about the authority and the group audits situation, one of the recommendations was we should consider putting some wording in the EEM that, you know, talking about culture and language and so on and so forth, because those are the things that raise the complexity. And so what I've been hearing now is kind of ties into that, in the sense that we're talking about possibly allowing the exception where those complexities don't exist for that. So it sounded like a good idea to me, that would sort of tie in with some of the other things that we've been talking about.
Lynn.
I like Billy's idea of explaining this in the EM. I like sticking with the definitions we've got and not playing with the definitions. I don't think I any longer agree with not pursuing the introduction of any exceptions. I think common sense says this has to be a carve out, and maybe the carve out is in specific circumstances when it's not complex, and it could be based on physical or something, but it just doesn't make sense to me to say if you've got a tiny little stock count in New Zealand and you're in the UK, not to get a New Zealand component auditor to do it. And so that's my sense that we should have a small carve out for this area. Thank you.
To make it even less complex, Lynn, couldn't it be a situation where someone in New Zealand's in the North Island and someone's in the South Island, and you just don't want to waste speaking of sustainability, waste the flight to go when they could have someone next door take a look?
Look, we send drones now to count the sheep.
I forgot you're so technologically advanced in New Zealand these days. So.
Thanks. I just wanted to support the direction of travel. I think what we're talking about seems a pragmatic and sensible solution to something where I think there's a risk that we are driving the wrong behaviour. So I'm comfortable, and I very much support Julie's kind of suggestion as to thinking about the why, and the why is often to do with a physical element. So yeah. Good stuff.
At the risk of cutting this off, and I see another 10 card has come up. The task force has not had a chance to consider this. Would it be okay if we send it back to the task force with some sense of, while the desire to keep the definition intact, but in a way to consider whether there's a slight scope exception here without making it too complicated? Because the alternative is to say, we recognize the perversity of this situation, that it is form over substance in many ways, but we could have some discussion of that in explanatory memorandum too, with a question too. But I think we get a sense of the board here, and I think the task force needs to sort of consider: is it just too hard? Do we open up a Pandora's box? Is it slippery slope if we start doing this?
Yeah, we'll take this back and consider. We did have discussions going down this path a little bit earlier as well on the task force, by saying, why do you include components, or why do you use another auditor? But it became quite complex. But we'll take a look and see how we can limit this, because it is a slippery slope, and we need to, if we are to open for situations where you can alter the definitions without changing the definitions, we need to be quite specific. So we heard your request. We'll go back and see what we can do, and then we'll come back with you with some suggestions.
Okay, are people content with that outcome? Edo, is that a stray card up? Okay. Okay, we're going to finish up question one now. I recognize we didn't get to all points of question one. TK, I see your card up.
Cool. Thank you, Tom. We just had 2 points on this section. The first one is on A1, D1. So it's just a bit misleading that we say that you can't use this in the group if paragraphs A1B and A1C apply, but clearly A1A should also apply, because if it's not allowed by the jurisdiction, you couldn't use the ISFLC in those audits as well. Then on access to information, this is a point we raised in September as well. So access to information is both for, we'd say, group audits and individual agency audits. So we propose that this should be within the main authority and not just for group audits. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on question one? Okay, Kai or Jasper, who's going to, do you want to respond to any other points as it relates to the group question one?
I think we covered off mostly all of it. I think we'll look into some of the other details of what we heard. I think that the intent of the authority of the group potentially could cover some of, at least your first comment there, TK, because if you're not, or to allow to use this standard, you need to be allowed each and every component as well. So you'd fall out earlier, but we'll see on that where we actually come down to it, because if they don't allow, then you're out anyway. So, but we'll look into that. And then access to information, that is a precondition in the standard overall, but it seems as it's an important issue that's been covered in 600, and I think that's why we highlighted it as a separate issue in the authority, but we can look at that as well.
Okay, are we ready to go on to part 10?
Yeah, I have no specific introduction here for part 10, Tom. It's just the general things that are highlighted, what we've done with respect to making the changes based on comments from the board in September, and then we added the EEM as well.
Okay, we're going to agenda paper 3B if you're looking. Any comments on 3B? We could vote it out today, right? Fernando.
Thank you, Tom. And my only comment is that I'm surprised. It's 5 pages. I cannot really compare that to the, I don't know, 60 something pages of ISA 600. And I would be very interested in knowing what people think about the application of this part 10. I don't really have any specific comments on the content. I think it's pretty good. It's just like in my mind, it kind of strikes me when you see the 600 and this small piece, if it really will get us in practice in real life. But I don't have an answer to that.
I don't know. Some of it is to me that, remember, the reason we've allowed this was that in practice it was these are very simple situations, and that you were only by technicality being dragged into the group audit standard. I see Kai nodded.
Yeah, that's true. And I think also if you look into 600, mostly of what's in there is around use of component auditors, and we've excluded that. So that's why the content of this part is way less.
I see Diane ready to pounce because she loves journal entries.
Yes, I do. But anyway, it's a little bit to Fernando's point, and Kai, what you said kind of was my point. So I sent some comments in, and I had about 6 places where I thought there was some application material in 600 that I'm not suggesting you need to pull all of it in, but there might be 1 or 2 nuggets that could be brought in. And the distinction I want to make is you still have, we just had this long discussion about component auditors, and let's move them to the left, but I could still have components, right? And I could have jurisdictions. And so I think that some of the comments about when you think about these jurisdictions, whether it's 1, 2, 3, 5 jurisdictions, there could be some uniqueness about those jurisdictions that you want to think about in terms of this audit. So I want to just be clear that I know component auditors are gone, but we have components that this group auditor is now taking responsibility for. And I don't want to lose sight of some of the considerations. So like I said, I sent those in. One of them was about what are the activities that are happening at those components that could influence your risk and material misstatement. One might be about, how do you how do you even get your information? All the work is being done by the group auditor, but there's still questions about how do you think you're going to get that information and how you're going to interact with that component management team. So I just ask you to come back and not necessarily say because component auditors are out, there isn't some extra nuggets that I want to bring in to make it a more holistic approach to approaching the group. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Yosh.
Thank you, Chair Tom. I support the clarifying the scope of application for group audits in this standard as in this task force proposal, because audit procedure might be performed across multiple jurisdictions. There are objective provisions in any part of ISLCE. I think that it is necessary to reconsider whether the objective of Part 10, which proposes group audit, is appropriate. Part 10 includes the provisions which applies to audit of group financial statements and extends the coverage of the other parts. Therefore, I recognize that the objective of Part 10 becomes a provision which override the objectives of other parts only, although the scope of the financial statements covered by Part 10 differs from other parts. I think that it is appropriate to make Part 10, like ISO 600, a special consideration for factors specific to a group audit. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue?
And my comment possibly is on Diane's list of considerations, because it's that point about there may still be component management that there's communication with. So I was a little bit surprised to see the deletion of the first sentence in 10.7, which talks about communication with the appropriate level of management, and was keeping in mind that you may still be in a position where communication with the component management might be relevant. Thanks.
Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I believe that the application material from paragraph 810 from ISA 600 revised is crucial, because in some jurisdiction, audits may be required of subsidiaries, especially in the European Union. I would therefore like to suggest that paragraph 810 be incorporated into Part 10 in an appropriate place. I'm otherwise satisfied that Part 10 reflects the decisions taken by the board and task force and on scope. And I have no further comments on this part. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm looking to see if any other 10s. So slight call for a little bit more granularity here, particularly as it relates to the component issue. Kai gave a specific suggestion as well. I'll turn it back. Jasper or Kai?
I think we'll discuss the suggestions that we received in the task force and see what we can add to address the concerns.
But as I sense right now is that in terms of the text so far, with the potential consideration that people are generally content with the approach.
I think we'll consider what we heard here, and I think also remembering back to when we're defining the authority, we try to do that without defining, or how the authority to use the standard or not should not be defined by how the auditor decides to perform the audit. The use of component auditor is one exception to that, and that's probably also why we're coming down into some of these difficulties. It's designed around the complexity of the entity being audited, and this is an exception, and it's causing some issues.
Len?
Yeah, I was actually really happy with this section, because I think Yoshi mentioned 600 is special consideration. So when I read this section, I went to part 4 and part 6. So you do a planning, preconditions, and risk assessment. It talks about some of the complexity involved. So when I read it, LCE is a separate standards, and a lot of information is in part 4 and part 6. So I thought this section actually have the right balance. So just my personal view. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. I think I have a process question, and that is, in the very beginning of this LCE, there were a lot of mapping documents so we could see where things map back, and I think we're done with that. Now my question relates to the cumulative changes made since we exposed it, and just, I believe for part 10, only the authority pieces that have changed related to group audits are going to be part of the explanatory memorandum. And I guess when I step back and think of all the great work and the changes and the discussions that we've had, and you said it since June of 21, is there going to be a mapping of the changes somewhere along the way? Is the authority going to be re-exposed? And this I think is more of a process question, not necessarily an LCE task force decision, but that question came to mind when I looked at part 6, the authority, and I have the document that has the changes in it, but it's only since September. So I don't have and it's only for part 10. It's not in the authority. It's not necessarily all the changes to 10, to the authority. Sorry. Thank you.
We have a pretty clear guidelines in terms of when we re-expose and what triggers a re-exposure. And maybe, Billy, it might be a useful time to reflect on how we assess the need for re-exposure. So, Billy, would it be useful for me to turn it over to you as the technical director? You're the guardian over the principle of re-exposure.
Yes, thank you, Tom. And maybe firstly, more directly to Wendy's question, remember, I think Jasper, you and Kai, Morten and Amy, you did set out in the document that what we will do in the explanatory memorandum is to provide a context for the directional changes that have been made in terms of the authority more broadly. And then obviously we need to bring in the specific prohibition in terms of group audits, how that has changed, the qualitative characteristics, all the things that we've been talking about. So I think that the first thing we need to remember, I want to take us back to what Kai Morten started the session with, in terms of saying that we are responding to overwhelming feedback that we've received to bring in group audits. So what we are going, and remember, our stakeholders have not previously had an opportunity to share their views. Well, they share their views about group audits having to be in, but we haven't indicated to them how we're bringing it in and what the requirements will be. So that is going out on exposure. And all we're doing in the authority part is to show them this is how we're bringing it in, and then part 10 are the requirements for the audit. So I think then the issue about re-exposure, so there's a mechanism in the due process that allows for re-exposure. The way that mechanism works is that once the board has voted on a final pronouncement, the board will then also vote on whether there has been substantial changes to the exposed document such that re-exposure is necessary, such that either the standard or parts of the standard get re-exposed. So that is how the mechanism within the due process works. Potential grounds for re-exposure are also addressed in the working procedures to the due process. And that states that if there are substantial changes to a proposal arising from matters not aired in the exposure draft, such that the stakeholders have not had an opportunity to make their views known to the IAASB, that could be a ground for re-exposure. Or if it is substantial changes arising from matters not previously deliberated by the IAASB, or substantial changes to the substance of the proposed international pronouncement. I think generally we also need to accept that the reason why we expose documents is to get comments. And so we will almost certainly get comments on any document that we re-expose. And then therefore there will be changes from the exposure draft to the final document. And the whole idea is to be responsive to those comments. I think what we've been seeing in this project so far, and sorry, Tom, I'm just going to do this because in some of the offline comments, we did not receive this only in relation to the authority. We have also received comments that why don't we re-expose part 6? So I'm addressing that whole context for purposes of re-exposure. So far, what the task force has been doing is we've been responding to the comments that we've received on the exposure draft. In doing that, we've stayed true to the objectives of the project, as well as the key elements of the proposed standard as explained in the explanatory memorandum and in the exposure draft. Based on the comments we've received, yes, there are certain specific comments to certain content of the standard, but we've also identified certain general themes that basically puts the question back to the board in terms of whether the ED is achieving its design objective. And that's why what the work that we've done so far has been very focused on defining the typical LCE, making clear that we are really clear in terms of which entity or the audits of which entities this is a proportionate solution for. The differentiation from the full suite of standard, the full suite of ISAs and the proposed ISA for LCE in terms of the proportionality of requirements. And then we've seen that there are a few specific challenging areas that were highlighted by stakeholders. Risk identification and assessment was one. There's also internal control, which is also part of Part 6. Then there was also quality management, order documentation, and accounting estimates were sort of the main areas of challenge. So in terms of the changes to the requirements in the EEM so far, we are focused on streamlining the structure and the flow of the requirements and the EEM within the parts that have been presented. We are focused on elevating certain requirements to a higher level to address the question of the proportionality of the requirements. And in certain instances, we've added EEM in Part 6 in particular. And with the exception for group audits, we have done this without introducing any matters that have not been aired in the exposure draft and that stakeholders have not had an opportunity to make their views known to us. We've also not introduced any significant new concepts. It has been more about simplifying, elevating, or making the standard more proportionate. So I think at the moment, and again, I've just discussed this with the project staff and the task force chair, is that we do not believe that we will hear significantly new information about the concerns that we are not aware of already from analysis of the 145 comment letters and the extensive outreach that we did before the ED as well as after the ED. The task force has not had time to discuss the issue of re-exposure because, like I said, in the normal process, it will not be up for discussion until the final approval of the exposure the final approval of the standard. And therefore, it will be very difficult at this point to look at Part A and Part 6 in that respect. But like I said, the important thing is to remind the board again of the mechanism that's created is after a standard is approved, then you take a vote on whether re-exposure of the entire standard or part of the standard is required. So Tom, I think that's the answer to the due process question, but also the answer to the question why at this point, even if we were considering it, I don't think there is any need. The stakeholders have told us what they wanted to tell us, and we are busy responding to those comments.
Okay, any reaction?
No, thank you. That was actually quite helpful.
It's good to have a parliamentarian in the midst.
Yes, and thank you, Willie, for clarifying this. I believe I raised an upfront comment in respect of re-exposure where I wasn't suggesting we re-expose, but we're now bringing elements of the authority and Part 6 to we're re-exposing, or we are exposing Part 10 anyway. We're doing a reach out towards stakeholders that are interested in this topic. The authority and Part 6 were, well, you got a lot of comments on it and it wasn't clear. There were very mixed views on these topics and relatively polarized views as well. So I would think it would make sense to get at least a feel for whether the direction of travel that the board is now undertaking with this is to get a sense whether we're now getting a larger population in to support this standard rather than the relatively polarized views that were on this topic, because otherwise we're just going to extend it to the beyond. And it is an opportunity as we are reaching out to the stakeholders anyway. So to solicit some views whether the direction of travel is appropriate or not.
Diane.
First of all, Wendy, thank you for bringing up your question, because I had the same exact question. And as somebody who had a lot of comments on part 6, I am quite frankly a bit concerned about the volume of changes since the beginning. And it's hard to go back as to what was the beginning. And I know it's been a journey. I know, I'm very respectful of Isabel's comments that there are people who want this and need this. And I absolutely believe that. I am just, I'm torn a bit, because I do think we've been on a journey. We've touched a lot of pieces. There's still the discussion to go on part 6. And to Ado's point, I think it would be helpful to understand what the general feeling is, because it will affect the ultimate timeline. And I think we have, responsibility to understand that timeline a little bit better and guide the work effort. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. So the issue in my mind, as it relates to both the authority and part 6, is we won't have a bedded down draft at all immediately or at this board meeting or anytime soon, because we're still in discussions as it relates to it. It seems to me that we should segregate the discussion a little bit, where the immediate need that we committed to the world was to get an LCE proposal. I mean, a group audit element proposal out. Any decision, and again, I think Philly's point is that there should be a stand back at the end based upon the criteria of, have we changed anything? This would be like saying during 315, where we made a lot of changes throughout midway through the project that we would need to re-expose. So, I think we have other mechanisms that were undertaken for figuring out whether the general direction on the authority makes sense, and same potentially on part 6. But my fear is, as it relates to this topic, which is the context of group audits, that we would do things to slow the project down such a way. We should take as much time as it takes to get a good quality product out, but I prefer, in my mind, sort of to commit to what we agreed to do on group audits, and then take up the question of whether we need to re-expose the other parts when we see the totality of the language complete. I don't know if any counterpoints to that. Are people in agreement with that approach? Getting some nods. Kai?
Yeah, just to add that you said we had other mechanism to gather all the feedback on direction of travel as well. And that's partially what we get through the outreach that we do with the different stakeholder groups to get feedback on direction of travel. So we get that during the process. So we do get feedback on some of that, recognizing it's not down to all the details of the final standard, but and that's it's hard to say until we're at the end stage, and that's our due process to decide when we vote on the final standard. So that was just.
Okay, any other comments on this point? Wendy, thank you for raising it. I think it's really important that we have everyone has an understanding of when we need to re-expose, what's the criteria. Also recognize that the authority has shifted, and obviously section 6 will shift, and we're going to get to section 6 shortly. Okay, are we ready to move on? Okay, I was told that people may be hungry right now. So maybe this is the right opportunity to break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 2 p.m. The planning committee doesn't get to rest, we'll meet upstairs in the green room. But is there, bring lunch up to that room? Bring your lunch up to this. It's a working lunch. And we'll see you at 2. Good discussion so far. Thank you all. The planning committee will begin at 1, okay?
time I look away from it, some of it may does it.
See, now it's switching.
to talk, right? What's supposed to happen is the cameras are supposed to hit me. See it?
Yeah.
Right. When we talk, the camera hits you.
Okay, could we get seated, please? Thank you. I'm just gonna have to step out, so I'm gonna turn the chair over to Len. We're gonna continue where we were. We're on group audits, conforming amendments. I'll be right back, but you're in more than capable hands with Len chairing this session.
Well, thank you, Tom. So Kai and then Jasper. So I think we've finished question 3 already. Is that correct? Or when you can no?
No, I think we're. I think we finished the question 2, and
yeah.
now we're starting with question 3.
Okay, question 3. So Kai, do you want to open up before we go into questions?
I don't think there's anything else to add for us, saying that now we're opening for comments on agenda item 3D, which covers off the conforming amendments to the other parts based on the group audit part 10. So if there are any comments to proposed changes, or if there's anything else that we should add.
Okay, open up for questions. I see Isabel first. Go ahead, Isabel.
Yes, a very minor point, but maybe we will need to reconsider that based on the decision we made on the use of a component auditor. But it's at the bottom of page 2 of 3D, footnote 2, triple I. The auditor remains solely responsible for the auditor's opinion. So if we don't have any component auditor, we don't need that at all. Or if we may use a component auditor, maybe we need to provide further context to this statement in the auditor's report.
And also a relatively small point, I think because the authority is so important in relation to group audits, I wondered about having a cross-reference into the authority section as well.
Kai, yeah, next.
Thanks, Len. Very briefly, I'm satisfied with the proposed changes to parts 1 to 9. Thanks.
I don't see any other cards. Anyone, any response to question 3?
Yeah, I think it's good to have a look at the second footnote. In like then point 3. I think that needs to change, and then on the authority, it wasn't complete. Like there is a reference now to the authority. I think the idea was to present it in the explanatory memorandum, so we can better explain what changes have been made to the authority to put it into context.
Edo?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to iterate Isabel's point. I had exactly the same point. I don't think it's needed at all here.
On question 3, Kai and Jasper, any additional input you're looking from the board? No? Okay, so move on.
Yeah, the question 4 is more like is the last question on group audits on part 10 that we have for the board is really on the views on the exposure period. The task force of the view of the 90 days should be sufficient. It's a very small part relatively. It's a very limited scope, and with 90 days still should also give us sufficient time to finalize it together with the rest of the standard, so that we in December next year we can hopefully approve the ISO for LCE then, including part 10. In that case, then the effective date would also be exactly the same. It's anyway, even if we would go later, then it would still be the same. We're still proposing the same effective date, but we hope actually to get everything within 90 days, that we have sufficient time to analyze the comments and respond to them in time for the December meeting. And I think that's it.
So question 4 on the exposure period, effective date, and I guess it's a stand back comments on everything related to group audits. Sue?
So it's a point that Eric raised earlier about the volume of material that people are going to have to deal with in a relatively short space of time. You know, conceptually, I don't have a problem with the 90 days, et cetera, but we're going to be talking about a consultation on PI later on this week. We've got the audit evidence exposure draft out at the same time. So the feedback I've had on the outreach is simply that we're talking about three consultations, all looking at the same response period. So I don't know, Vili, whether it's something that you've considered more sort of holistically for the board.
Yeah, so sorry, Lena, I'm just going to respond to that. I think you know, in this Q4. Tom and I, together with James Gunn, have been doing a lot of forward planning. We haven't had a chance to discuss it with the planning committee yet, but we sort of, it culminated into, I think, an approach that we think will work during last week. And this certainly comes up. So we are looking at that. And I think what Tom would want to do is in the executive session on Friday, he would also want to discuss this a little bit further.
Hey, Wendy. Yeah.
Thank you, Len. My comment is actually exactly the same as Sue's, even and was going to reference Eric's earlier comments. So I just think we might consider that, and just small add on to that, the short period of time, and it's a very busy time, given the time of year that it is, and most countries have 12/31 as a critical date. Not all, but most. Thank you.
Anyone else? So Jasper, so the projected release day will be sometime in end of February, January, right?
Yeah, I think it will be mid-January, somewhere early to mid. I guess with the holidays in between, they're mid-January.
So we're looking at mid-April for, okay, thanks. I don't see any other cards. No, okay, so you move on to next questions, next session, part 6, a big one.
Yeah, part 6, risk identification assessment. For this part, remember in September, we had brought you some illustrative drafting that we discussed to see the approach on granularity and structure. We also had a discussion around some verbs where we had some mixed views. This time we've now taken the comments we received in September into account, and we've proposed the whole revised part 6 that Amy will talk us through. So go ahead, Amy.
Go ahead, Amy.
All right, thank you, Kai. So as Kai just covered, you know, we came to you in September with a little bit of illustrative drafting. We've gone away, we've looked at the comments and thought about the reactions from the board from September. So we now have this full part. The slide kind of covers the key changes that we're proposing here. The first one on the list is around, we proposed a new approach to understanding entity system of internal control. This is really based on respondents' comments that it didn't feel proportionate to LCEs and the kind of the formalization of the typical LCE's internal control structure. I'll cover this in a little bit more detail on the next slide, so I'll leave this point for now. Secondly, we did receive feedback that generally in an audit of an LCE, the steps to identify and assess risks in material misstatement are generally done at the same time. So rather than have them separated them out in the exposure draft, we kind of had them in different parts, so different sections of the part. We've now combined them just to try and reduce the number of layers of decision making and just make it a bit simpler in terms of how the part is set up. The intention isn't to change the requirement. The auditor would still be required, for instance, to assess inherent risk. And so the intention is more just to bring it together presentationally. We did have one or two offline comments in this that we could be a bit more clearer, so we can look at the drafting on this, but really the intention is to presentationally bring them together to reflect how it's done in practice, not actually change the underlying requirement there. The next point, we have proposed to remove the specific requirement to consider the effect of inherent risk factors. And so that was the list that was introduced in 315/2019. And more specifically, the consideration about the susceptibility of assertions to misstatements and the degree that they do so. And this hasn't gone away entirely. This list is now included as EEM to think about when assessing inherent risk. You don't have the specific step, the requirement to consider and document around them. So it's moved into EEM. The next thing we wanted to talk about, so based on some suggestions from respondents around revenue recognition and it often being less complex in an LCE or not the primary area of kind of where fraud risks are. We've changed the presumption of a fraud risk and revenue recognition. So we're not taking it away, but what we've done is kind of reframed it to be an active determination of if there is any fraud risks resulting from the types of revenue transactions or assertions that are in there. So rather than the previous rebuttable presumption, to really just kind of reframe that into an active determination. And then we've made a number of other revisions to address just generally concerns around proportionality and clarity. So other changes to some of the requirements, you'll see that it was kind of explained out in 3A, which talked about the significant changes. We did add some new EEM in specific to LCEs. There was a lot of suggestions from respondents of where specific EM would be useful. Some of that's come from the scalability guidance that's in 315, so the application material, and then just bringing things together. So things like bringing everything for control deficiencies into one requirement as opposed to having it in multiple locations. So if we move on to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit more about the change to the entity system of internal control. So respondents in this area noted that typical LCEs don't have that formalized complex, they have less complex processes in a number of these areas. And they also called out fraud risk assessment as well. That often an LCE wouldn't have formalized risk assessment procedures around there or kind of formalized responses. So what we've proposed is up on the slide, but I'll go through component by component, just based on the 5 components that are in 315, ISA 315. So starting with the entity's control environment, because of its pervasive importance, and we did talk about this a little bit in September, we have kept the requirement to obtain an understanding of the control environment, but did reduce the granularity of exactly what needs to be understood. So some of those areas are now showing in the EEM as opposed to in the requirement. And there is still an evaluation of appropriateness in the context of the complexity of the entity, so similar to previously. The next 2 components, the entity's risk assessment and the process for monitoring. So rather than a requirement to kind of formally understand and evaluate each of these are now proposed to be inquiries to management, which are more direct. So how do you identify and assess risks relevant to the preparation of the financial statements or for monitoring? How are you involved as management, and how do you identify controls not working? So it's really been flipped into being a more direct inquiry that would kind of reflect the typical conversation that you would actually have in management with management when you're understanding this for an LCE. Obviously, all of these inquiries still feed into the auditor's risk assessment process, identification of control deficiencies, and so on. The next one, requirement to understand the entity's information system. We reframed it a little bit to understand the process to prepare financial statements. So really focusing on what's really important in a typical LCE and trying to be more direct with the language here. And we still have the consideration of appropriateness. And finally, entities control activities. So our approach is largely per the exposure draft. with some tweaks for some clarifying wording. We did get a lot of comments from respondents, and we did actually get them from the SMPAG and the reference group as well, that this area could be something where you might be doing something different if you were taking a fully substantive approach, so you weren't testing controls. But the task force really had the view that it's still appropriate to do, your D&I work on your list of identified controls. So we kind of kept the approach as per the exposure draft with here. So that's kind of a summary of what we've proposed in part 6. So if I move on to the questions, we were proposing, just because there's a lot in this part, to split it up into different areas and ask for comments. So I think the first block is the introductory box, and then 6.1.1 up to 6.2.6. Don't know, Kai, if you've got anything else you want to add there, if you're happy to open up to the question. Okay, great.
Thank you, Amy, for that detailed overview of the changes. It seems to be a lot of changes in agenda paper 3F, at least looking at the track changes. So I'm sure there'll be comments from the board members. So we'll open up for, I guess, part 6, the first batch from 6.1 all the way to 6.3. TK, go ahead.
Right. Thank you, Lynn. Our comment is on 6.2.4. So with the current changes, it reads as though to obtain audit evidence over the ROM, all you need to do is just A and B, and this could be fixed by just putting also before the word consider, just to say that there is more that can be done.
Thank you, TK. Eric?
Thanks, Len. And Canadians don't normally do cartwheels, but in the last week, they've done it twice. Once was they scored their first ever goal in the World Cup finals. And second was when they read part 6. Some of them are still recovering from falling over. But generally speaking, there was strong support for the direction being taken on the proposed revision. So I just wanted to say that sort of on the outset. So going up to 6.2.6, the point I would like to make is on 6.2.2. And this is dealing with the analytical procedures. Because in many cases, there's not a lot of value of doing analytical procedures right at the start of the engagement, because there's adjustments that are going to need to be made as a result of the audit work carrying out because the client hasn't done the appropriate accruals and so forth. So we thought that it's important to do preliminary analytical procedures, but it might be useful to have some guidance to sort of explain that it's not really worth doing this until it's practical. So I thought that that could be helpful in terms of explaining when these analytical procedures should be undertaken is after the underlying information becomes more reliable or more useful for carrying those out. And that's all I have up to 6.2.6. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. Diane?
So I might have a slightly different view than the Canadians. Sorry, I'm not sure I was doing cartwheels. I'm appreciative of this section. This is a tough section, right? So my comments that I'll make, and I sent a handful in. I'll only bring up a few here. but it's in the context that just because it's a less complex doesn't mean that there's no risks. And I did feel at times that we were kind of doing a drive-by on risk assessment. And I was concerned that these organizations may just be less sophisticated, and therefore they may actually be more ripe for risks and concerns. And that is one bucket. The second bucket that I would say, which I've always said from the beginning, is, are we doing enough work for reasonable assurance? So that's my context that I'll provide my comments. An example of that is when we're talking in 6.2.2 in the blue box, and it's the third paragraph where we talk about situations where maybe the organization does not have documented policies and procedures. We make a comment that if they're not documented, the entity's controls lack formality. The auditor may still be able to obtain some evidence about the risk and material misstatement. It sounds a little light to me. I would say if the organization doesn't have documented procedures, it will become more important than ever to really look to how things are being executed through observation and inspection. So making it a little bit stronger versus the may and provide some evidence. So that's just an example, and that'll be consistent with some of the wording that I'll have in a few other places. Again, trying to drive home that just because it's a less complex entity doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't risks that we should consider. We may be able to move through the process quicker. We maybe have to document less, but we still have to execute the procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I think Sue is here next.
Thank you, Len. I also had feedback that this was an improvement, and certainly that it's moving in the right direction. I've sent a few comments and suggestions in. There was similar feedback around the area that Diane mentioned, that there's been a lot of changes from 315, and I think it would probably be useful for us to have a some kind of document or reflection back to make it clear how we are getting to the conclusion that this is supporting reasonable assurance, given some of the deletions we have. And I had the same comment, I think, as TK on 6.2.4, but with an alternative solution, which was actually we've deleted the reference to all procedures, and I would suggest that we put that back in, because that's then consistent with what we have in 500. Thanks.
And Wendy, you're next.
Thank you, Len. So somewhere between the cartwheels and Diane's comments, probably where we were, or closer to Sue. We definitely thought that this was an improvement and headed in the right direction, and actually have very few comments. So we did send in some things that we sent in all of our comments, some of which are editorial, so I won't speak about those here. This is probably going to be one of those I'm on an island comments, but 6.2.1b, there's some explanatory material in the blue box underneath, and we're actually recommending to delete the last paragraph and use the language from ISA 500 in a new 6.2.1a as a requirement. The auditor shall design and perform procedures in a manner that is not biased towards obtaining audit evidence that may be corroborative, or towards excluding audit evidence that may be contradictory. That's exactly from ISA 500. So it's, I think, less words, so maybe that's okay, but I wasn't really clear why it wasn't a requirement and should be in the blue box. And that's all I have through 6.2.6.
Thank you, Wendy. Anybody has any cartwheel comments or no? TK, I know your card is still no. So Kai and Amy, so I hear some comments about 6.2.2, 6.2.4, and Wendy's last comment as well. So turning back to you.
Thank you. I really do like the cartwheel comments, and hopefully next time you can make a video of that because it would be great to see. And I think, yeah, we received some comments on that on these 6.2.2, 6.2.1. We can look at them. Any specifics you want to go into detail on?
No, I think the wording, Diane, that you didn't like under 6.2.2, that did come from ISA 315 scalability guidance, but that's not to say we can't look at it, but it did come from there, from paragraph A33. And some of the things, Wendy, your comments, some of it is addressed in part 1. So we're just trying to not have duplication of requirements. So again, but we'll look at all of the detailed comments. I think there's some great ones that we received. We'll make sure that we are picking things up in the right place and somewhere. Yeah.
I think also, as you said, we have a different construct than what we do in the ISA. So some of the comments that some of you bring up, we may have covered off somewhere else. So we just need to make sure overall that at the end of the day, we get to the point we need to, and we cover all of the requirements that we have to. So, thanks.
Before we move on, just want to see anyone has any comments on the part 6, 1 out of 2. No? Okay, Amy?
So I think then the next round of comments we were going to ask for feedback on, the next round of paragraphs would be 6.3a down to 6.3.5. So that was around understanding relevant aspects of the entity.
Open for comments? Maybe something different than cartwheel. So oh yeah, Kai, sorry.
Thanks, Len. I would like to start with a comment to 6.3.6 little b. The verb evaluate, the definition of which in the glossary includes identifying and analyzing the relevant issues, including performing further audit and audit procedures as necessary, goes, in my view, beyond the understanding already obtained in little a. It seems to me that for a simple entity, the understanding obtained in little a suffices for a basis for concluding on whether the control environment provides an appropriate foundation without additional analysis or procedures as set forth in the definition of evaluate. For me, consequently, using the CASP principles, the appropriate verb to use would be, in my view, consider, not evaluate. Then I have a second comment. Second comment relates to paragraph 6.3.14 little a in an SE environment in which the processes to prepare the financial statements are simpler. I believe that auditors are in the position to identify and assess the risk of material misstatement and to respond to those risks assessed as significant risk without needing to evaluate the design effectiveness and the implementation of controls that address those risks. When auditors do not rely on these controls because they do not relate to little b to little e below, then auditors should be required to test design and implementation. It is just a waste of time and resources in my view. For this reasons, I would delete 6.3.14 little a. I consider this point to be a critical issue for an audit of SE perspective. Then my third.
Kai, just we haven't gone down to that section yet. 3.14.
I understood 6.3. Is it right? That was my understanding.
from 6.3A to 6.3.5 on the board.
Oh, sorry, that was my Oh,
It's
sorry
okay.
for this.
It's okay. We took your
understood
comments on 14.
I understood 6.3. Sorry for this. Yeah, okay.
Diane?
Hi there, I have a comment on A 6.3A little e, and this deals with no CLAR, but I have a solution. So on E, the comment says no non-compliance with laws or regs that may have a material effect on the financial statements. And so I was pausing on the word material versus saying, why don't you tell me if you have any no CLAR, and then I'll make an assessment of materiality. So one way that we might be able to deal with that is later on when we do the inquiries, which is 6.3B, and we ask management and others if they have any knowledge of fraud. We could also tuck no CLAR into that. And then you kill two birds with one stone. I'm just worried about allowing management to tell me what they think is material, because again, they could be a little spicy. Okay, thanks.
Wendy?
Just a small comment for 6.3A in the intro. At the very, these are the feedback that I got. It's okay, these are inquiries, and now what? What are we doing with these inquiries? So we suggested to add to the end of the first sentence, the auditor shall inquire of management and when applicable, those charged with governance sufficient to understand. That's the add. And then the rest of it leads in fine. We also added an A, actually, now that I'm looking at it. How the entity identifies risks relevant to the preparation of the financial statements, including accounting estimates, which was language we picked up from someplace else. I think 6.3.7. Thank you.
Edo?
Thank you, Len. Just commenting to Diane's comments on the material effect on the materiality aspect of, bullet E, which is a good point. I had a different point in respect to the paragraph, because we're now losing the inspecting correspondence. And in a ISA audit, that would be something that I absolutely want the auditor to have a look at. So if we're bringing this to a different level, at least inquire whether there has been any correspondence, such that we don't lose it entirely. Thank you.
When do you still have your card up? TK?
Thank you, Lynn. So our point is on 6.3AE, and it's very similar to Ado's point that we'd like to retain E there. And if it's, would say, where applicable, just to qualify it, but we think that in a typical LCE, you might have licensing agreement, for example, for a startup entity that would be applicable. And I forgot to mention that Josephine did say that the direction on this paper was an improvement from September, and she's happy with the direction. Thank you.
Thank you. And do I see any other card? Oh yeah, Warren, sorry. I don't have Zoom.
No problem. Also a comment linked to 6.3 capital A and then subpoint E, and then the way that it ties back to 6.2. When we sort of say they're non-compliance laws and regulations, I take Diane's observation about the material or the use of the word material. And then, of course, the fact that we've now said, and you don't need to inspect the correspondence. I agree with Ido's comment there about retaining the fact that we should probably inspect that correspondence. And then if we then think about that and we go back to 6.2.2, where we talk about the procedures we use to identify and assess the ROM, the first sentence in the blue box where it says the auditor is not required to perform all of the procedures for each aspect of the auditor's understanding. I just wanted to check, is it the intention of the task force that you could get away with just doing inquiries, that you would never need to do analytical procedures, and you would never need to do any observations and inspections based on the way 6.2.2 and the blue boxes are worded, and then given the emphasis that's placed on inquiry in 6.3 cap A all the way through to 6.3.5. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Warren. TK, you still have your card? Okay. I don't see any other cards. Turn back to Amy.
Thank you. On the no clarity inspection, we were looking at, because it was just inquiries, we were looking at if we should move some of that procedure somewhere else, just because it didn't fit neatly in with inquiries to do the inspection of the documents. So, but I think Diane's point that you had around, management deciding what's material, but before we do, we'll look at that. It was how it was in the exposure draft, and we didn't get a lot of comments on it, but it's something we can definitely look at, and we'll make sure we're addressing the inspection of correspondence somewhere if it's not in with here. The last part, maybe I'll clarify Warren's question. So the intention of that was that you would be doing all of the types of procedures in that list. It's just you might not be doing it for every single kind of part of the understanding that's listed out in this part. So in every audit, you would be doing some inspection, you would be doing some inquiry. So everything has to be covered in the audit, just not for every single part of your understanding that's covered by the part. I'm trying to think if there's anything else specific that I wanted to address. I mean, we'll look at all of these comments in detail. There's been some great offline comments sent through as well. Kai, did you have anything? Okay.
I think I saw Edo's card and Eric card came. I mean, Edo, go first.
Great, thank you, Len. So just adding to Warren's comment, because I think it's a very valid one. In reading this, you could be left with the understanding that inquiry alone would be sufficient, and that would be a step too far. Thank you.
Eric?
Thanks, and maybe this goes back to a comment that Diane made earlier. In the EEM before paragraph 6.3.6, it talks about when there are no formalized processes or documented policies and procedures, the auditor is still required to obtain an understanding, et cetera, et cetera. It was suggested on my outreach that perhaps some application material could explain what how you operationalize that. What is the work effort that you need to do in that circumstance? Because it's a bit vague in terms of that.
Thank you, Eric. Amy and Kai.
I don't have anything specific to add. I think it's just we'll look at these comments and get back in the next round unless you have anything specific to add to these, Amy. No.
So then the next round of comments, and we separated out just because we kind of thought it would be good to cover the entity system of internal control altogether. So we've taken on board, Kai, what you already had. I don't think you finished your last comment, so probably you still have a little bit more to cover. So now we would do 6.3.6 to 6.3.18, which takes us to the end of the system of internal control and the deficiencies.
Kai, I'm sorry I cut you off earlier. I know you had another comment to make. Is that correct?
No, the two comments which I have raised. Thanks, Amy. Yeah, I have no further comments to this part. Thanks, Len.
Diane?
You're quick. Okay. On this section, my first one is on 6.3.9. And it's on the A, and I'm not sure if this was the intention, but it reads now as if it's more onerous than what 315 says. Under 315, you would only need to understand the significant Scots. And the way it's written now is the classes of transactions, account balances, and disclosures. So it actually sounds like you're doing more. And I'm not sure if that's just the wording, but it felt like you were doing more than what's required under 315, which I don't think is the direction we want to head in. 6.3.10 was a paragraph that you struck out, which we actually thought it was a pretty good paragraph to understand the lines of communication between the business and accounting people and with other stakeholders. So I wasn't sure if that got moved maybe, or if it was just a deletion, because we kind of liked it. And then the last one, which was probably one of the more important things that we had on the whole section, was 6.3.12a, which deals with the process to prepare its financial statements, including accounting estimates. That was downgraded from evaluate to consider. And we quite liked evaluate. Again, going back to my opening comments, which is reasonable assurance, we thought this was an important one where you would need to evaluate and should not have been downgraded to consider. Thanks.
Sue?
Thanks. I think my comment is on 6.3.18, and it's around that area, and just recognizing that in a lot of LCEs, obviously there'll be a substantive approach, but the difference between where the entity has controls in place that appear to be appropriate that haven't been tested, versus if the auditor is aware that the controls aren't in place or they clearly aren't effective. Those two things result in a different work effort. So just reflecting that in there. Thanks.
Thank you, Sue. Wendy?
Thank you, Len. Just two quick comments. 6.3.9. In my reach out, the feedback I got was that they preferred to leave in information systems relevant to the preparation of the entity's financial statements. And although I recognize that there was a D at the bottom for the IT to refer you back, they wanted that back in. And then the other comment is on 6.3.12b, and I was wondering whether or not we need a qualifier that if the entity uses the services of a service organization, is this in all cases or only for a material area? So I was wondering whether or not it should be in the auditor has concluded that the nature of these services is significant to the entity. Because reading it literally, it sounds like it's every outside service provider, outside service organization. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Eric?
Thanks, Len. I had the same comment as Dan on 6.3.12a. I just wasn't sure what this would look like if the auditor does not reach an actual conclusion. Which, according to the CUS principles, evaluate is the only verb where you reach a conclusion, and so I just wasn't sure what this would look like in practice. So I am with Dan and sort of changing that back to evaluate. And the next one was on 6.3.15 and 16, where the requirements are being combined into one. And again, I think this maybe goes a bit to Dan's opening remarks, is nowadays, even smaller entities are using technology in different ways, and there are often risks there that the auditor might miss if they don't evaluate the IT systems and the environment appropriately. And my stakeholders were a little bit worried about this, the combining of these two requirements now kind of hides what are the related risks bit. It is there, but it's just not as prominent as we should be. So our suggestion was to really break this requirement into three elements, which is to identify the relevant IT applications, and then for those applications, identify the risks, and then identify the controls that are, if there are any, responsive to those risks. I think that would be a lot easier for the practitioners to work through. And there's also some, as you know, really good material in ISO 315 and the Appendix 5 related to IT that could be added as EEM from the LCEs that you might want to consider. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. TK?
Thank you, Lynn. Comment on 6.3.9. So we agree with Wendy on the retention of information systems relevant to the preparation of the entity's financial statements. We think this is necessary for the requirements to be used in practice. And just a general comment, we don't understand why the task was changed at the top there. So just a question for the task force.
I don't see any other cards, but I do see some repeated comments on certain paragraphs. So turn back to Amy and Kai.
Thank you. I think probably the two biggest comments that we heard a number of times was around the use of evaluate versus consider at 6.3.12a. I wonder if it might be worth us having a bit of a straw poll in the room just to see if we can get kind of direction on that. I know we spoke about the work effort verbs in September. That might be useful just to do first, and we could maybe work through that and then one or two of the other comments.
Thanks, Amy. So paragraph 6.3.12a, I think that the wording that you mentioned and others echoed. So do a quick straw poll to see, would you like the word that's in the current draft, or would you like option 2 will be the one, Diane, you suggested? Diane, you want to just repeat before you suggested?
Yeah, my suggestion was to upgrade it from consider to evaluate.
Okay, so quick straw poll. Anyone who support consider? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, I got it, right. Well, Tom is not here, so evaluate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 8 or 7? 9. Okay, Warren. I always forget Warren, so it's 9. Tom is not in the room, but Willie, I'm looking at you.
No, I'm not going to slip into that one.
Well, yeah, thank you. I mean, this was helpful, and obviously we can take that way. It's pretty split, but
you know, it's interesting. I'm not sure it's that helpful because not to be Debbie Downer here, I feel like I am today, but it does tell you that there are very different views, right? Which is permeating through it. So I just think, again, going back to the earlier discussion about re-exposure and understanding the full breadth of changes, you just polled people and you almost got 50-50 on a pretty simple question. So I think it tells us there are very differing views. This is not a slam dunk, so.
But I think the different views we got from the EDs as well. But we got a strong call also for making more proportionate to the LC specifically, and that's what we tried doing with the current drafting. But I think, as I said, there are different views. There has been different views the whole time, but we need at the end of the day to make sure that we come down to reaching the objective. That it's that you can reach reasonable assurance in this context of an audit of an LC.
So Kai, and I think you're spot on, maybe it just tells us even more importantly that an ultimate or the updated tracking or mapping will be important to understand at the end of the day, despite all these travels up and down the mountain that we've gone, we still are at the end of the day at reasonable assurance.
Yeah, whether that's an updated mapping or something else, I think we can leave to the end, but there needs to be an explanation of the last position we're at and how that's reached the end game. Yeah.
So Amy?
Yeah, and it was maybe one of the point that I thought would be useful to get the board's more overall view on, and that was the change from information system to process to prepare financial statements. It's a terminology point, but it also affects what's in the actual words. Sorry, I should have said the paragraph first. Let me get the right one. 6.3.9, thank you, Guy. So that was a change that we brought in this time round to kind of refocusing on the process to prepare rather than the more general kind of information system. So maybe we could just have a quick straw poll of that as well. It's helpful.
So, and actually before that, I know, Bill, you had your card on, so I just want to make sure I didn't miss you. Okay, so Amy's question, a quick straw poll. We stay with what's in there regarding information system, or I think Wendy suggested, or the ATK suggested putting it back.
Yeah, so maybe so at the moment in the draft, it's process to prepare. What we originally had was information system. So maybe we just have a show of hands for who likes the change to process to prepare versus keeping it how it was. So who likes that change?
Changing the current draft?
Yeah, so process to prepare. What's in the current draft? Yeah. Okay.
How many did you get? I lost count. 11? I was watching a warrant.
Okay. No, that's fine then, thanks. I just have a question. What's the meaning of the change? Is that gonna make us do less, more, or is just wording?
I think it's kind of trying to focus on what's actually going into the financial statement. So actually the process to, I shouldn't say the process to prepare financial statements, whereas information system and how it was worded previously was a bit kind of wider, and it brought in a number of different things, which is another reason why the significant classes of transactions was such an important point in what was in 315 wording that we'd had in the original exposure draft. So I think it is a kind of it's more proportional to an LCE that's likely to have a kind of simpler process, and you're focusing on what's actually relevant to the financial statements themselves. So that's my explanation for it. Kai, I don't know if you want to, yeah, and it was something that was proposed by some respondents in the exposure draft.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was something that was specifically proposed by someone, but it's also in response in general to be more specific to the LCE environment that this was changed.
So I know there are a couple other comments.
Yeah, and I think we've been taking notes. We'll go away and look at the other comments that we've had there. I don't think there was anything I specifically wanted to call out. I think there was some good points raised by the board. Kai, I'll open up if you had anything.
No specific response. I think there are things we need to go back and consider. So thanks.
So Amy, you want to continue?
So if we're on to the next slide now. So now we're going to look at 6.4.1 to 6.4.3G. So it's basically identifying and assessing risks and material misstatement also covers the pieces on significant risks, control risks, and then the evaluation of the procedures. So 6.4, basically everything in 6.4. Make that easier.
Okay, 6.4, whole section. Bill?
I just wonder why you explained the redrafting of the presumption of the fraud risk in revenue recognition. I get that. I just wonder why, when we've got a whole fraud project and we're trying to make this a level playing field with the full ISAs, why you would bother to make that omission. I'd be seeking some heads nodding around the room or shaking, one or the other. I think this is a point it's worth making, and I don't just want to dismiss it.
Isabel?
Yes, thank you. On 6.4.1, we believe it is still too granular for a less complex entity, and particularly 6.4.1 little b, when we ask the auditor to assess the likelihood and magnitude of a misstatement. So the verb that is used here is assessing. And maybe it would be better to consider, because it's very theoretical and it does not add much value to an audit of a less complex entity. And regarding 6.4.2, similar to what Bill has said, what we are proposing is inconsistent with the approach on fraud presumption in revenue recognition that we have taken in draft ISA 240. And when we revised draft ISA 240, we also had the feedback from many stakeholders that we needed to remove this presumption, and we decided not to do so. And so here we are removing it. And we discussed in preparing in France with practitioners that do audit small entities, and they strongly believe that revenue is the easiest way to commit fraud in a less complex entity, because that's the easiest way to increase or decrease net income in order to have a better financial statements, or in order to decrease tax that you want to pay to the tax authorities. And therefore, they believe that it's very important that we keep a strong eye on fraud in review recognition.
Thank you, Isabel. Diane?
I'm with Bill. I would not have softened. I think the language is in there relative to revenue and fraud is way too soft at this point. And I think we should have left the way it was. Again, these are small entities. And so the easiest way that they're going to commit fraud is going to be through revenue. And so I feel pretty strongly about this point. Thanks.
Eric?
The practitioners that I spoke to were pleased with 6.4.1 in terms of bringing the identification and the assessment of the risks into, or combining them in together. But I must say I'm a bit uncomfortable with that myself, because I remember when we went through the whole 315 project, that was a significant, an area where there were a lot of inspection findings where the practitioners were missing the risks because of the fact that they were combining the two. And so I'm a bit conflicted about this. I'm a bit to Diane's earlier point about what is this going to do in terms of audit quality and audit assurance. On the revenue recognition, I liked what the task force came up with, because I think it is more direct. but it is resulting in a conflict with the fraud project. And so it seems to me someone's got to give ground here, get to the right answer. I don't see that they can be both the right answer. So you have to go and talk to them and beat them down, I guess.
Thank you.
That's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. TK?
Thank you, Len. We agree with Bill's point on the presumption of fraud risk and revenue. In an LC environment, they have, if not more opportunities, but lack of controls. Owner managers have more pressure on them and they can do more. So we just thought that this was, like, as Eric said, it just contradicts what the fraud project is about as well, but it just didn't seem like it would be appropriate for an LCE. Then the next point was on paragraph 6.43D. And reading this, it implies that you only if you read this, it just implies that this is only a significant risk if you identify it as one, but this in the ISO is already required by 240. So just wasn't sure if this was the case here as well. Thank you. So that was 6.43D, A, and then small I.
Okay. Edo?
Thank you, Len. I'm just going to pile on to the fraud bit. So I appreciate the determination, don't dislike it, but we can't. We have a fraud team that I think has actively considered this, has put their arguments to the table why we should not remove it, and then we need to follow suit. Thank you.
Sue?
And consistent with others, the piece around removing the presumption of the fraud risk, concerns arising there, and just an observation that if revenue is not complex, then it's not a significant work effort to document why that presumption can be rebutted. So it's not as though we're piling on a huge work effort.
Kai?
Thanks, Len. For general point, for paragraph 6.441, while the requirement in this paragraph is supposed to combine the identification and assessment of risk, the wording in the requirement thereafter and in the subsequent application material still points to a two-step process. So it seems to me that the task force did not follow through in the wording to make the identification and assessment a one-step approach. I suggest substantive wording changes to make sure only one step is required as follows. Those some changes I will provide offline. Then I have a second comment, also relating to 6.41, in line with the combined identification and assessment. The second sentence of this paragraph in little a should read, in my view, for identified and assessed financial statement level risk. I think I have a further comment. One second. In relation to the first sentence of the application material relating to this paragraph, the use of threshold reasonable possibility of occurring does not make, in my view, logical sense if an auditor is identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement in one step. The threshold reasonable possibility was needed, as we all remember, in ISA 315 revised 2019, to provide a threshold for identification of risk prior to assessing those identified risk. So if the auditor identifies and assesses the risk of material misstatement in one step, the auditor only needs to identify and assess those risks for which the likelihood of occurrence is not acceptable low in line with ISA 200, paragraph 70, and ISA 330, paragraph A4, because the auditor only needs to respond to those risks which can be termed assessed risk. Consequently, the words in the sentence here need to be changed to read the auditor's considerations of misstatement whose likelihood of occurrence is not acceptably low and being material if there were to occur. This also has an impact of the definition of relevant surgeons, which would include identified and assessed risk rather than identified risk. Len, I think that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Kai. Lynn?
Thank you, Lynn. A couple of comments from me on 6.4.2a. I wondered whether it was clear enough what relevant assertions were and whether there either needed to be a definition or a further explanation in the EEM. On second point, on 6.4.2, in terms of fraud, as chair of the fraud task force, I do quite like your plain words. However, they are inconsistent with where we've got to on 240. And I think by putting back most of what you've deleted, we actually get consistency. So I do accept it is clearer the way you've written it. However, I think if you put it back, we'll all peace will break out.
Thank you, Lynn. Edo?
Yes, thank you, Then. Just a comment that I forgot to make before, and that's in respect of 6.4.3a, where you've taken out other inherent risk factors. I don't want to lose the management bias bit, so I was suggesting to make that complexity, comma, subjectivity or management bias. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went through to look where professional skepticism was covered in this, and I was pleased it was at the back of to do. But I do think it's important that there is a sweep through to make sure that it's adequately covered.
Thank you, Lynn. Bill?
It's just a point about process, and I really feel for the task force, and I like your quote, Wendy, about being on an island. I think I am on this one. I don't know how we make decisions, because we hear a lot of members make one comment and we don't know if that's 1 out of 18 or a consensus. Then, as Diane pointed out, we go to a vote and we get 8 each, and you're sort of working out how do you make a decision here as a drafter when you're getting individual comments and no sense of consensus. So I just make a comment about process. It's very hard for the task force. Obviously, you go away and you think them through and you make a decision. I don't know why you can't make the decision before the meeting. If people forwarded their comments to you, you make the decision and it's done. I just urge other members to push back on me or support me. One or the other is that, are your comments just to get them on the public record, and for no other reason, or are you actually trying to put a point on the table that will get the consensus of the other 17 members? I just find it's a bit, the last hour has been tedious.
Well, Bill, I think that's a good comment. I think we'll face out in a number of our projects, but I'll turn to Willie for that, add some response.
Yeah, I think, Bill, I wanted to raise 2 points in response to what you said. I think if we go back to the straw poll, and that is something that is a mechanism that we've used over the years to just get a quick direction from the board, and obviously we need to give the task force an opportunity to just go and again consider all the arguments that were raised to bring either the same position or a revised position back to the board. On the point around consider and evaluate, although we had a fairly split one there, I had it as 8 and 9 with Tom's vote pending. So we'll see where that lands. But for me, it is as we normally do in our comment letters, and that's why we do need to allow the task force to deliberate this, because for me, it's not just the count. I thought that a few of the people that raised the point that it should go back to evaluate had some very strong arguments for that. So I do think it is something that the task force needs to reflect on. Yes, the count in terms of the straw poll gives us a sort of a general direction, but there's probably a little bit more to that. Then the other point that you raised in terms of the comments, look, we had, and I was trying to remember now when we had that discussion. We had a discussion about offline comments, and I must say after we had that discussion, it's really improved. The board gives us really good feedback. Like we said, offline comments is not compulsory, but those board members that do provide the comments flags very clearly in the document what their significant comments are, or just send us a separate memo with their significant comments. And that is extremely helpful. In my note to the board, you will always say, and Tom also says it at the beginning in his speaking notes, that it is important to raise all significant matters in the board, because the thing is that not all members see those comments. So it is important that the significant matters are still raised in public comment, because something, Bill, that you say, Diane may not have thought about before, but the fact that you raise it prompts Diane to also come in and contribute to the discussion. And then again, that all goes back to the task force. So I hear what you say in terms of tedious, but there is, I often say to staff, trust the process. This is the process that gives that gets us to a good outcome in the end.
I think to respond to us for the process in the task force, we had the ED. We got strong and clear feedback on the ED that some of this area is not proportionate to less complex entities. We've taken that into account together with the board's direction from the September meeting and tried to address the proportionality issues and some of the issues that were pointed out directly in the ED. So what you see now, the part 6 that you've been presented is kind of a combination ED comments we got on the ED specific ones, and also that it's too detailed, not reflecting the LCEs, and then together with the directional input we got in September. So it is important for us to have the discussion with the board now to see where the board is comfortable ending up, because we had the ED out. The feedback we got was not proportionate. Then we've moved somewhere in some direction, and then we need to get the board's agreement or disagreement on where we're at. Are we comfortable with that position?
So Bill, you happy with the explanation by Willie and Kai?
Look, I'm not convinced, and as I say, I really sense that we spend a lot of time that we could reduce and be far more efficient. I understand the points. Don't get me wrong. I understand the points, but it just seems to be that there are so many ways you can go. We will spend an inordinate amount of time on editorials without getting the substance right, and that's going to happen very much with sustainability. And if we talk through page by page by page in meeting, it's an expensive process.
Well, my personal view is we always welcome the board members' comments on the way we work and process. I think Willie, I think you took down a lot of notes as well, based on Bill's comments, and I think we reflect on that internally, and also planning committee can further look into the process issue. But we can resolve that here today on LCE. But I think point is well taken. I just want to make sure we capture all the comments for this section 2 out of 2. I hear a lot of support for 6.4.2 on fraud, and I'm a member of the fraud task force, so I support Diane and and Lynn's comments. But I'll turn to you to address those comments you heard for this section.
Okay, I'll start, Kai, and then if you've got anything, feel free to jump in. Yeah, I think it seemed a pretty clear steer relating to the fraud revenue recognition risk from the board. So I think we'll look at reverting that wording back. Obviously, discuss with the task force, but that seemed to be the direction. It was a significant. Well, there was a lot of response that did raise it, but I understand the issue of having a difference between 240 and the work that's been done in that area. And then we noted down some particular drafting comments on 6.4.1 and 6.4.3 that we'll take on board, some good suggestions there. So that was all that I wanted to mention. Kai, I don't know if you had anything on this point.
No, nothing specific other to say than some of the feedback we do get here is also helping us when drafting the other parts. Since we got this proportionality challenge by a lot of respondents to the ED, we need to know what the board is comfortable in doing. So even though, yes, it can sound like it's wording, but it's more than wording, not only reflected in this part, but in the standard overall. So it is helpful for us. But I also, as you say, it could be sound like feel like it's tedious, but this is the process that we go through when developing standards.
Before we move on, just want to make sure, anyone else have any comments on the section 2 out of 2?
So I think the last, assuming no one, I'll just check no one's got their hand up now. So the last piece, the last section of this was basically 6.5 and 6.7. So everything left in the part. We did have the flow chart with the appendices in the back as well. So really anything you haven't raised yet on part 6, raise it now. Just to note, we didn't include documentation because we're looking at it more holistically. So we'll bring that back in the next board meeting, which is why we grade that out. So anything else on part 6?
I see no cards. No. Going once, twice, gone. Okay, Amy.
It helps to turn the microphone on. The next part is what we bring back, a small piece of the authority. Remember, we had a discussion in September around the authority, and what we're now looking into is specifically around quantitative thresholds. What we have done since the last time is trying to be more specific on the wording, on the expectations for jurisdictions, and to determine the quantitative threshold. We've indicated more guidance to assist in helping them in making that determination, including a reference to the European Commission definition of a small enterprise, that could be used as a basis for some of this. Recognize that it needs to be adjusted for jurisdictional situations. So I think it's not very much that we've it's not a big change, but it's trying to be more specific on the expectations for jurisdictions, and also responding. We had some of this wording briefly being aired at the September meeting, so now giving you the opportunity to reflect on that and give feedback on it. So if we move to the next one, I think then we can open for views on the proposed revision to the authority relating to the quantitative threshold. And this is in the issues paper itself.
Okay, question 7. Sue?
So I liked what you've done, Kai. I thought the stronger wording will be helpful for local regulators. My observation really was around consistency between different jurisdictions. In the papers we had in September, you had, I think, 3 different examples, and you've included the EU thresholds as an example. And I really just wondered whether we could provide another alternative in there to illustrate the fact that you could end up with some quite marked differences between jurisdictions. Thanks.
Isabel?
Yes, I was initially, as you would remember, against having a quantitative threshold, but based on the discussion we had at last board, what has been written is consistent with the decision we made. And if I remember well, we agreed as a board that we would refer explicitly to this European threshold just as an example. And I don't remember that we agreed to provide more reference. But I think the way it's written, it's sufficiently open, but also sufficiently clear on what we had in mind when we wrote the standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Kai?
Thanks, Lam. Let me tell you, in my jurisdiction, mid-sized companies as defined by European law are the backbone of the exporter-led economy, much more so than in most of other jurisdictions around the world. These mid-sized companies are required to have statutory audits of their financial statements. For this reason, so for example, the final German standards for audits of financial statements of SEEs approved last September are primarily designed to deal with these statutory audits of financial statements of so-called mid-sized entities, as well as with audits of financial statements of entities that are smaller. I'm therefore very concerned with the reference in paragraph A4 to the European Commission definition of a small enterprise, which suggests that the IAASB SE standard is not designed for audits of financial statements of mid-sized entities. This would very likely lead to the standard not being adopted in my jurisdiction and to the long-term retention of a German SE standards. Since the appropriate thresholds are supposed to be jurisdictional issue, I suggest providing greater flexibility by referring to the definition of small and mid-sized entities as defined in the European Union. Thanks, Len.
Fernando?
Thanks, Len. Kai, we also support the changes here to the authority. It does make sense to leave the jurisdictions deal with the thresholds. As Sue said, we recognize there might be inconsistencies, but the facts and circumstances around the world are just going to be different. And we also think that the jurisdictions will have a much better visibility once the standard is really applied in practice, and there may be a need to adjust those thresholds, and they're going to be really close to do and deal with those judgments, and we think it's the best way to deal with this situation at the moment.
Thank you, Fernando. Diane?
So I've been pretty vocal about the quantitative thresholds. I personally, I don't find what you've got here very helpful. I think it's very ambiguous. I actually think the fact that we say we discussed different thresholds, but yet we didn't really come out with one. I'm not sure that's particularly helpful. So it is what it is. I don't know how else to say that. I still think we need thresholds, or at least what we were thinking in terms of numbers, but so those are my comments.
Edo?
Yes, thank you, Len. Yeah, I would even go a step further than Diane. And I'm just referring back to the discussion we had last time. I think the board wanted to clarify what the starting point of our thinking is and what level of, so these procedures would be fit for purpose for an entity of a certain size. And I think last time we got comfortable, and I think it was a we at that time, but at least I got comfortable with the small size EU criteria. That's what we discussed. So any discussion of a mid-size EU would be entirely out of my proportion of understanding where these requirements, as we, for example, discussed in part C, were under, because I was thinking of a small size EU framework for accepting the changes in in part 6, for example. So that would turn it all the way around. So I think with Diane, I think we need to be clearer that this is what we had in mind as we were developing the standards. I would also think that because we at the moment in authority speak of anticipate, I think we should be stronger in that, and that there's a expectation rather than an anticipation. Thank you.
Thank you, Edo. TK?
Thank you, Lynn. Just to come in and say we support Diane and Edo's point. So we think we should be very clear that we did use the EU small size definition. Thank you.
Thank you. Willie?
Lynn, sorry, I just thought I should come in because we did together with Tom, we did have a briefing with the project staff before the meeting. What Tom suggested during that session is that he would actually not like to see this just in a footnote, and that we should elevate this to the EEM. Now, I don't know if that would address some of Edo's concerns. What we were trying to do here is to give that indication, Edo, exactly as you've described it. This is what we were thinking about. I think the board also agreed at the previous meeting that, and based on a bunch of outreach that we've done, it is not possible for us to set a quantitative threshold at the global level. At the most we can do is to give an indication of what we had in mind, with the caveats that it has to be adapted for the jurisdictional circumstances and all of that. So I just want to see if we go with what Tom's sense was as well, to not just have it in a footnote, but elevate it into that box under A4. And then Edo, I think we've heard a few times, and we've tried to be more stronger in the wording there, but we can certainly have a look at anticipate versus expect. Anticipate versus expect. But would that address some of the issues if we just elevate it into the EEM box?
Just to clarify, you're then proposing to move just the numbers that we have in the footnotes, because we currently have included everything except what the numbers are, what the indicators are, because I think everything is EM except what the European Commission definition really is.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
So based on Willie's suggestion or Tom's suggestions, I'd like to hear from you. Warren? Hello, Warren.
Thank you. I actually quite like the way A4 was worded. I think it explains the situation well. I think it gives jurisdictions the flexibility they're going to need to set their own thresholds. I thought the use of the little example there for the European Commission was helpful and appropriate. It is at the end of the day only an example. I think we must be careful of reading too much into examples. I don't think putting the footnotes into the guidance is a particularly good idea. If we want to be framework neutral, we should be regulation neutral as well, I suppose. I just have a small technical question for the task force. If we say that it is anticipated that the authority will develop some type of quantitative threshold, similar to earlier comments, does that mean they must set a quantitative threshold? And what happens if they decide not to set a quantitative threshold? And similarly, imagine a situation where a regulator or a jurisdiction decides to adopt the LCE standard, but for whatever reason, the quantitative thresholds take longer to be approved or to be promulgated. In that intervening period, is the assurance provider still able to use the standard? How would those problems or timing differences be resolved? Thank you.
So I was wondering, Kai, and you want to address Warren's questions about the adoptions?
IAASB, we don't control how they use the standards. We set the standards. It's up to the jurisdictions to decide in the situation they use it. With this authority, it's a little bit different than what we used to, because in a way we're not setting requirements for jurisdictions, but we're setting expectations on what they want to do. So with the adoption of the standard, if they do adopt the standard without developing a threshold specifically, then practitioners then, if it's allowed in that jurisdiction, they're allowed, and then they could develop the thresholds or adjust the thresholds going forward as well. I don't know, Willie, if you want to add to some of that.
Yeah, I think that's right, Kai. Remember the way that we've constructed the quantitative threshold is as an additional safeguard. We are saying that in order to be an LCE, you can't fall into any of these specific prohibitions. You have to meet the following qualitative characteristics. We've now tried to be a little bit more definitive in terms of those qualitative characteristics. And then as additional safeguard to say, well, if there's any further doubt, because what we've heard from feedback from national standard setters that have gone down this route is that what they found is the only way to really narrow the sort of boundaries of these entities is to put the thresholds in place. But it was always constructed as an additional safeguard. So even if they were not there, you would then have to pass the gates in terms of the specific prohibitions and the qualitative characteristics. It is actually telling jurisdictions that really, if you really want to get a proper hold on this, it is in your interest to set the quantitative thresholds, but the standard can still function without them.
Okay, thank you, Edo.
Yes, thank you, Len. Really, I wanted to come back on your question whether you thought that bringing the footnote in would be helpful. I don't think that is going to be particularly helpful, and I'm just looking at the drafting of that paragraph. Well, when determining thresholds, so it doesn't bring out as much of what we had in mind as the standard was developed. It provides an example of a threshold that can be used, and that was my comment more than anything, that I would like to have a little bit stronger steer of what we were thinking of as it came to quantitative threshold, because at least that's what I was thinking of.
We hear from Edo. Anybody has any views on Willie's suggestions? No comment means it's supportive, or go ahead, Willie.
Yeah, Lena, and Kai Morton, please jump in. So Edo, am I understanding you correctly? You would not like to link it to the European Commission definition. You would rather come out and say what we had in mind is an entity with less than 50 employees, and not link it as explicitly to the EU as an example.
No. So currently the sentence says, so the IAASB discussed thresholds established in various jurisdictions in determining the characteristics of typical LCE. Such thresholds may be useful, and then we bring an example of a useful threshold. That doesn't provide, at least the way I read it, the sense that this is what we had in mind when we were developing the standards.
No, good. Okay, that clarifies it for me, Len, thanks.
Jim?
Thanks, Len. I just wanted to make a comment because it has come up on the CAG, and there's some concern. There has been concern in the past in the CAG about being, I'll use the term too EU-centric, and I'm concerned of all these discussions. It's all about the EU, but we're supposed to be much larger than just the EU.
Lynn?
Can I endorse what Jim's just said? Because with sustainability, there's a little bit of a flavour of that, and it is important we're a global standard setter. So going any further than an example with a footnote would be a step too far, in my opinion.
Anyone else? Yeah, go ahead.
I don't disagree, Lynn and Jim. We are a global board, but then we need to find a way to better articulate what we had in mind.
Bill?
That's a much better discussion.
Dan?
I just want to say that I agree with you, Bill, but I also agree with Ado. I think we need to be stronger in the words. This is what we were thinking. You know, more official words than that. And then with a number, and it shouldn't be linked to European Commission, it should be agnostic.
Kai?
Thanks, Lan. Would be not surprised that I'm not in favor of limiting the example for quantitative thresholds to small enterprises, whether in a footnote or elsewhere. From my personal point of view, excluding mid-sized entities from the example is too narrow. Thanks.
Isabel?
Yeah, I think the interest of stating both the threshold and the fact that they come from the European Union is that it makes that into perspective of what kind of economy it relates to. If you take some African countries, if we use this threshold, all the entities will be below, or most of them. So if we put figures without saying in which context they can try to think, okay, so that's the kind of entities in the EU, and taking into consideration our own economy, we will not take these figures, but we have to find lower figures. So for me, it's very important to say that these figures relate to the situation in one market, which is the European one. And then based on that, each country can decide whether they want to have lower figure or not.
Thank you, Isabel. Sue?
So Isabel has probably just explained exactly why I felt it would be useful to have another illustration in there, because I think in the papers in September we had Singapore or something, and it was smaller by a factor of 10 or something, and that exactly, you know, illustrates your point that what we had in mind was something that relates to the you know, the size of business in that particular economy.
Good discussions. Any more views, comments? The task force has a difficult task. Woody, do you have anything to add?
No, I was just wondering about Tito.
That was my next point. Is I know we have one more question on LCE. Is that correct? Question 8.
Yeah, we may want to come back on this point as well. So I think if we break now, and then we'll have a huddle, and then we'll finish up LCEs afterwards.
Okay, before the break, I want to check with Lynn and Natalie, because we may end early, maybe not, based on the discussion so far. So just want to see if you guys are ready. Okay. So we'll take a full half an hour break. We'll come back at let's see, our agenda says 4, so 4:10. Let's do a full 30 minutes, 10 minutes after 4. Is that okay? Thank you. See you later, 10 after 4. So 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I thought he was going to be back after 20 minutes. I'm just doing a stock take. Who's here, who's not. So the good news is we're going to end at 5, so you don't have to worry about it. The bad news is Tom's still not back, so he's stuck with me for the next 45 minutes. Well, I guess we can start. We're missing just Sue, right? Yeah, that's only a board member. I'm not sure we heard everything there's to hear on question 7. So, but before we move on, maybe just to see people around the table, any more comments on 7? Okay, maybe I'll turn over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, we've had the discussion on thresholds and who can use the standard and who cannot use the standard. I think we had that many occasions. With the task force we now discussed, and I think what we presented for this meeting, we think fairly represented the position we were at in the last meeting. I think there are some small differentiations of what we meant, and there could be some small tweaks in some areas. I do think we need to remember there have been done many things on deciding who can use the standard. If you look back to the ED, we've changed quite a lot on the authority, becoming more specific. So determining if you can use the standard or not, this quantitative threshold is not a criteria on its own. It's a backstop, so to say, so that you don't stretch the limits in the authority as a whole. So, and we've done quite a lot of work on the quantitative the qualitative characteristics, becoming more specific to point at the types of entities and the types of audit that we consider to be less complex. We also, as you all remember, and some of the discussions we had many times as well around numerical indicators in the qualitative characteristics. So we've moved in some of those areas to become more specific. We've also evolved the prohibition. So this is kind of an additional requirement, or not requirement, additional threshold to decide whether you can use the standard or not. So I think we need to have that in the back of our head as well. It's also a little bit of a different approach to what we have in other standards. We don't set when you can and cannot use the standard as a whole. I think IAASB, we don't control that specifically, and we don't go in and check whether they complied with all the requirements and so on. And I think one of example was brought up when we had the strategy discussion as well around 3000 and other providers on sustainability, giving a report on 3000, not really complying with all the requirements. There is not too much we as IAASB can do. So I think there is, all of that is just to say, in addition with all the feedback we heard earlier as well, it's not for IAASB to set a quantitative threshold. What we wanted to do with this is give an example and give a jurisdiction support and help when they are then encouraged to set their quantitative threshold as a backstop, because that's a practical way of having that backstop, say, when are you in or out of the remits of this standard. And that we do by by giving an example in the EM to A4 by saying you may have existing definitions or thresholds that could be considered. In addition to that, we give an example of quantitative indicators described in the EU definition. Some of that is also not to give you only the numbers, but also give an example of a way that you could set a quantitative threshold by using number of employees, revenue, or balance sheet numbers. I think we've seen examples, and as we discussed earlier, some jurisdictions may set their thresholds based on different measures. I think we heard comments from the board earlier on this discussion saying some people want to go further on including more examples. I think it may not be that helpful for them. We could go further in the supplemental guide to some of this to give further examples of different areas. The numbers we've included and the reason why we include the EU threshold, I think, is exactly as Isabel said in her comment. It's not to tie us to the EU Commission numbers and the definition, but it's to give a context when that definition is set in the context of the European Commission and their definition. There might as well be the differences within the jurisdictions in the EU as well. So it's what we are having here saying that you could use that as a basis to be adjusted for the circumstances in the jurisdiction. I think based on the short discussion we had in the break now, looking at the text, there might be some smaller adjustments on some of the text that we have here, but I think as the task force, this is keep coming back and back. We need more of a decision from the board. Where do we move from this? Are we currently at the position that we can move forward with, or do we need to change dramatically what we have, more than just tweaks of word? Do we need to move somewhere else? I think that's what we need feedback on. Willie, anything you want to add into that?
No, thank you, Kai. I think you summarized that well.
Well, thank you, Kai, for that additional color, and also appreciate the task force at that meeting during the break. I mean, we heard from all the board members pretty much their thoughts in the authority, but I just want to open up to see any reaction to what Kai just explained. I know, Kai, you were asking for direction as well, right?
Yeah, I think we should have a straw poll and saying, are we confident with what we currently have in this version with some smaller tweaks, or do we need to change to be more specific on some of this? Julie, you look like you want to add something here.
I probably couldn't say it better than what you just said, Kai, but I think while as a task force, we had particular thoughts in mind about numbers and thresholds, really the standard as written comes down to the authority and the qualitative factors that are there. And the numbers are really just a backstop or a safeguard, and jurisdictions can use those as they need to deal with any particular risk they see in their jurisdiction. So I would just support what Kai said. And I think what we have here is representative of what we decided in September, and we could probably make some small tweaks to it, but I think directionally I was quite comfortable with it.
Well, thank you, Julie, and thank you, Kai. So can I just see around the table, can we go forward with what task force has suggested in the issues paper, and with some small tweak, as Kai had explained? Or do you have anything specific you'd like to see in this section that Kai is asking for? Edo?
Thank you, Len. Look, Guy, it's I understand, and Julie, thank you for clarifying or adding to it. I understand where you're coming from, and I don't necessarily disagree with anything you say. It's a bit difficult. Well, I understand you're contemplating some changes, so and I think I've made my point that that I would like to get a little bit more into what the board was expecting, appreciating, of course, all the qualitative factors, some of the quantitative in the authority as to the size of the finance function and the jurisdictions, and I appreciate all of that. So those are all good movements. But it's hard for me to say without seeing the small changes in the text whether I would, otherwise my comment as I just made it before would stand.
I think what we've been discussing would not change dramatically the position that we're at. I don't think, or the discussion we just had is not moving, will not move more of, in a way, what you're asking for to be included. You want more specificity around the numbers. When we discussed the content of the standard, we did not really discuss size. We talked about the complexity, and that's where we designed it around. And this is the backstop to it. So it's not, I think, what we want feedback on, are we comfortable with the current position? Or do we need to move to what you and Diane and TK are suggesting to have more details on the numbers? I think that's, so we need the feedback on that.
I think I can maybe just add to that. I think we've now made a point, and I think Warren's question earlier also prompted the discussion about can the standard still work without the quantitative thresholds? And to Julie's point, the standard was written for a less complex entity. So even if you do have quantitative thresholds, the key question is still, are you a less complex entity? This is just an additional safeguard that jurisdictions can use to give some parameters to the judgment that is involved, because we cannot argue the judgment away because of the nature of less complex entities and what we are trying to describe. There is judgment involved, and what we've landed on is that quantitative thresholds could be a mechanism for jurisdiction to set some parameters for that judgment. But what those parameters are will have to be determined in the context of the jurisdiction. It will have to be determined in the circumstances of the jurisdiction. And therefore, the position we are presenting, and we've heard this from several sources, including CAG, that we cannot set thresholds at the global level. So what we are trying to present there is we're giving a steer towards this backstop or additional safeguard. We say that existing thresholds that are being used in jurisdictions for various reasons could be a good consideration. We're saying that like I said, these thresholds can help jurisdictions to decide. And for example, this is one that may be used by jurisdiction as a basis to be adjusted to the circumstances of the jurisdiction. And there, I must say, I quite like Isabel's point about it's better to actually, in this case, link it to the European Commission definition for small entities, because it gives the context of the economy in which it was written. And I think what we've landed on is, I think this is as far as we can go. And it's a question of, is everybody fine that we say, well, we park this subject to, yes, that we've heard some suggestions for certain changes, maybe changing the tone in certain wording, that type of thing to make it a little bit clearer. But I think what the task force wants to know is, do they have to go and spend another 3-day task force meeting to discuss thresholds? Because I don't think we're going to get to a significantly different position than the one we've presented today.
Thank you, Willie. Diane?
So my view would be, no, you don't need to spend 3 days discussing this. I like how you teed it up. I agree with Julie. I think the lead is qualitative. I think we have to be crystal clear that it's up to the jurisdictions. We are not setting the quantitative threshold, but we want to encourage them, whatever words we want to use, to set quantitative thresholds locally as a backstop. And then the third piece of the puzzle is, I do think we need to give them some idea of what we were thinking in terms of the quantitative. And I'm okay using European Commission, but we could find a second one in a different jurisdiction. So we have that nice contrast of materiality. So qualitative, encouraged to set a backstop for quantitative. Let us tell you what we're thinking in terms of quantitative. We know you're going to set it locally. Hugs and kisses, use the standard.
Thank you, Diane. Lynn?
I was going to say almost exactly what Diane said. I think when you read the qualitative bit in conjunction with the section we've been looking at, it hangs together quite well. So I'd be voting for your some tweaking based on this, and I do like having a second example, but 3 days not worth it.
Kai, I think that's I think it's constructive. Wendy?
Thanks, Len. 3 days, definitely not. The only thing that, and not going to repeat what Diane said, I do think we need another example, but I don't think it should be here. I liked your idea of putting it supplementally. I think that's the only word I heard you say that hung. I think we should put them all supplemental and not the comment about, you know, we're a global standard setter and putting the example in the front just from one place. I don't think is a good idea, and I don't think adding to it here also is a good idea. So it's one woman's point of view. I think it should all be in supplemental, and I think that's about 10 minutes you can discuss it. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy. You might be drafted because you only suggest 10 minutes, so you have the magic solution. Sue?
And similar to others, I don't feel that the task force should be doing, you know, lots more work in sort of what the thresholds are. I think we're talking about how we present that kind of material. I was okay with what you had with the footnote, and the more we talked about elevating stuff into the, you know, into the body with the specific one example, that was where I was getting more uncomfortable, because I think that will be seen as a de facto threshold, and whatever we say, people will read something into that. So, you know, we can provide another example to contrast or what have you. But I think you've done good work there.
Edo?
Yes, thank you. And given that I was quite vocal before the break, so I think Diane put it together nicely. And if we get that level of, so for me, it is more the key point I had was we need to give a sense of what we had in mind. And if we can do that in reference to the EU framework or another one in those local circumstances, that is okay. I entirely agree that the qualitative should be driving this rather than the quantitative, but I do think it is important, particularly given that we are reducing requirements in part 6, that the starting point of what we're thinking of needs to come true. Thank you.
Bill?
I agree with what Diane said, and then what 4 others have also said. I think it's been a much better discussion. We've discussed a very important point, and a number of people have come to a consensus now, which is excellent. And I think Sue's on the money as well. A second example was that the consensus as well? A second example, just to indicate the European one isn't the one you have to adopt, or you would adopt. So that's a question. Is that
Kai or Willie?
I think on balance, what we've heard is if we keep the construct as we have it here with the footnote in terms of the EU example, then it will be useful to provide some other examples in the supplemental guidance. Yeah.
Yep.
So the task is for a task force to find a second example. But I do welcome a discussion after a break. So my suggestion to Tom, we should have more coffee breaks, because the discussion seems to go better after each topic break. So Kai, I think that discussion was constructive. I just want to see if anyone else have anything to add.
My comment was to put 2 examples in the standard, not to have supplemental information. So just to be clear.
Okay. Okay, then thank you for that. And I see some nodding. So I guess we'll leave it to the task force based on the comments. Kai?
In a way, that's taking us back to an earlier discussion. That's where we had it earlier, and we in September were told to bring it into the authority in the EM, and that's what we currently did. So I think we need the input from the board members now. Is it in the EM, or should it be in the supplemental guide? And that's what we need the input on.
Okay, to option 1 EM, option 2 in supplement material. So just quickly to see what's input. So EM, maybe raise your hand.
Yeah, so EM, so having 2 examples in the EM in the authority versus having the 2 examples separate in supplemental guidance. I think so 2 examples in the EM of the authority.
I'll go with that.
So is it clear what we're walking? I see some confused faces.
Maybe Amy, maybe just ask you to explain one more time. 2 different options, so make sure we'll know.
So correct me if I'm wrong here, Kai, but I think that our 2 options, so option 1 is that we would have the EU example and then another contrasting example of a threshold, and we would have that in the EM to the authority. So add a second one into what we've got now. And option 2 would be have both of the examples only in the supplemental guidance, and there might be more than 2, but so take the EU example out of the authority. I think that's what I heard. So option 1, so including in the authority, the 2 examples.
Okay, option 1 in the authority.
Yeah, so
Isabel, you raised your card before this. Is that something we
I
should
would
clarify
be option
first?
3. I would be option 3, which would be keep the EU as a footnote in the authority and have this example plus 1 or more others in the application material, in the explanatory material, in the implementation guidance, sorry.
Anyone want to support Isabel's option 3?
I actually thought that's what where we were going as well, because what we have in the authority right now, I think represents where we landed in September. And then I thought providing an additional example in the supplemental guide would say, here's another example as well, in addition to what's in the authority.
I just think calling out the EU by itself is showing some sort of preference, and I just think it should be balanced. That's all.
okay, so I think we do have 3 options here then by the sounds of it. Because Diane, you want to take the EU out of the authority.
No, I like exactly what you have. I would just add a second example to the footnote. That's
Okay,
all.
got it,
So it's
okay.
balanced. So you're giving a compare and contrast. That's all I'm suggesting. I wasn't trying to build the missile.
So is it accurate to say that the 2 options are, we have what we have. It is just, we need a second example either here or in the supplemental guidance. That's what we say.
What is supplemental guidance?
Remember this, sorry, together with the exposure draft, when the exposure draft was issued, there were 2 supplemental guides that went with the ED. The one was an authority supplemental guide to provide a little bit of further explanation about what the authority means and intends to cover. and there was also a reporting supplemental guide. So all we're saying is those two guides that were already there with the ED, the intention is to also issue them still with the final standard.
Fundamentally, I think a standard should stand alone.
This is reflecting morning's discussion. Tom says about standard should be clear enough on itself. So, any other views? Yeah, Isabel.
Thank you. Yeah, I think maybe we should have add a sentence in the authority EM of the authority. What we are expecting is not that they adopt the EU threshold, but that they adapt the EU threshold to the local circumstances. So taking into consideration the size of the economy, the size of the average company. And so it's just a reference to be adapted. And by no means we want them to adopt unless it's relevant to their economic situation.
I do think that what you're describing, Isabel, is what we currently have in the EM. Yeah, so we need to nail down where we end on this.
So I think it's just taking what my understanding is. We're going with what task force has proposed, but just add another example. That's option one, right? The other option is put the two examples in these supplemental guides. I think it would be helpful for the task force. We provide some directions, right? Right?
Yeah, we need direction, but I think as Billy just explained as well, I think or we could go with many alternatives, but I think if we're having a straw poll, we need two. So one alternative could be what we currently have with the recognition or example, or having the EU one in the EM. And then the question would be, where should the additional example be? Should that also be in the EM to the authority, or should it be in the supplemental guide? I think that's what we need direction on. So the additional example that you're asking for to be included in the EM, who wants it in the EM? And the others would want it in the supplemental guide. Yeah, so first,
in the EM. Second example, in the EM.
How many did we have? Anyone counted?
I counted 9. Yeah, I counted Warren. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I counted 9. Yes, 9. With Warren's and yeah.
Sue?
Well, can I just say, I'm not sure I really mind, but I feel the two examples should be together, because otherwise you're missing the contrasting elements. You're sort of setting one up as a benchmark, and then you've got something else elsewhere. So as I say, I'm not that worried where it is. So I was getting confused when you were asking for options, because I'd just like them to be together.
I think that was Kai's, your option one is they're both together in the EM together.
Len.
So I see 10 and Bill. Sorry.
Yeah, can I suggest you now vote for option 2 and see how many haven't voted, and that'll be it. I think you'll find that'll add up to 18.
So Kai, just want to be clear. Option 2 is you still have the EU footnote, but we're voting on whether the second example is
goes in the supplemental guide.
Supplemental guide, yeah. Second example in the supplemental guide. And anybody support that? So I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Edo?
So just for clarity, so where I voted for is that that both examples do get reference into the EEM, notwithstanding the comments that Diane started and I added to in the previous discussion for clarifying where the board is coming from as a basis for these quantitative thresholds. So because what I wouldn't be in favor for is leave the text exactly as it is, but just another example. I think the words can use some tweaking to extract better, and we've actually sent some language through to just now, didn't we? Yeah, to make that point come across a little bit better.
So Edo, you just say you just sent through some comments just now. So maybe is it helpful to hear those comments?
Yeah, happy to.
I think it's. I'm not sure that we can respond and agree on all those words without having to look at it. But I think we've heard the board's input. I think what we heard now is that you want an additional example in the EM to this. There have been different points of view on how firm you should put the number or the quantitative numbers in the EM or not. So there is. I've heard your view, and Diane and TK more in the same direction. There have also been aired other views by others. So I think we need to reflect on any suggestions that we get, and now the direction we got from the board on to include into the EM. So. Not sure that we'll get any further on this right now. So yeah.
Yeah, I think Kai made a fair point because the other task force member having a chance to look at what just sent through. So give the task force some time to reflect, as well as other comments as well. So based on a quick straw poll, can we move on, Kai and Amy?
I think we can move on that, and then we will see the next time we'll bring it back if the issues will be brought back. And then, but I think it's a point where there are different points of view. I think we've tried to argue that this may be as far as we can go as IAASB. So we can look at some, as I said, tweaks to some of the wording, but the quick discussion we had as a task force is not changing the content as a whole of the quantitative threshold section.
Again, to go back over process, we were very clumsy there. What we should have done, and we finally got there, was to have two options, and you vote to those two options, and people around the board don't come in with tweaks to each of them just to keep the options rolling along, becoming 3, 4, 5, and 6. We have to agree on maybe 3, whatever it is, but we agree on them and we stay with them. We got that was very messy getting to that, but I think we're there, and I agree with what you just summarised, Kai Morton.
Bill, thank you for pointing that out. I think it's very clear. So can we move on?
Okay, I'm going to wrap us up today on the very final thing we wanted to talk about. I don't think I need to propose any options for the board, so hopefully we can wrap this up fairly quickly. So we wanted to bring, so in the issues paper, we brought 2 questions, which was around approach to objectives and the approach to EEM. And we wanted to put these in this issues paper and bring it to you now just because they affect drafting more pervasively. Really quickly, we asked the respondents about the approach to objectives, and generally they supported the approach. So we plan to keep going with our approach. So that was quite straightforward. And then secondly, we asked around our approach to EEM, so essential explanatory material. And respondents generally supported the content included and how it was presented, but there were some mixed views on sufficiency. Could be certain areas, including particular EEM relevant to LCEs, so there could be more that could be added in there. So our proposed approach as a task force is really, we're not intending to change our approach entirely to EEM, but we will be reviewing kind of as we're making revisions to identify where there might need to be some changes to the EEM that's there, or areas where more EEM is needed. And you can see that from the revisions of part 6, where we added in some more EEM, which was based on respondents' comments. So that was really our way forward, and that we were proposing in this area. But because it was kind of pervasive to drafting more generally, we wanted to address it now. So we just had a final question in this area, which was really just around what I just summarized, our proposed way forward, and that was set out in paragraphs 66 to 68 of the issues paper as well. It's just if anybody has any concerns or wanted to say anything on these 2 areas.
Okay, question 8, paragraph 66 to 68 in agenda item 3. I know, Edo, you have your card down. Sue?
So broadly supportive of the approach here. I think, the areas to look at additional EEM. The only note of caution is obviously, as we've worked on all the way through, if we put too much in, then it risks undermining the goal of length and what have you. And then one final comment on sort of other things is, I don't think we've dealt with the issue about whether an entity or whether an audit is in the standard 1 year and out the following year. And I don't know how you propose to address that. I know we've talked about it a few times, but obviously it's becoming a bit more real now.
Thank you, Sue. Anyone else on question 8, 66, 68 paragraph, agenda item 3? I hear none. Amy, anything?
No, I was just going to, in response to Sue's question, it's not something we're ignoring entirely. It's just not something that we've discussed as a task force yet in terms of the additional guidance in this area, but we will be looking at it. There were specific questions around transition and guidance and support around that, so we will be looking at it.
I think also to add on transition, until we have a final standard, it's difficult to say what the changes would be around transition.
Last call for question 8. If not, maybe I'll invite our official observers. Michael from PIOB, anything to add based on the agenda 3 we've gone through this afternoon?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I've got a few comments. First, with respect to group audits, I think there's a good discussion on the authority regarding the use of other auditors for specific tasks, such as inventory counts. On the exposure period, 90 days seems appropriate to us at the PIOB, but discussion of the implications of having multiple standards being exposed during that period will also be useful. So that is upcoming on later in the week. There was good discussion of part 6, which focused on clarifying the expectations, achieving proportionality, and maintaining consistency with other standards. And for example, the wording on fraud risk was a key item that was surfaced during that discussion. Also, an active discussion on quantitative thresholds, which was just completed. And this generated input that should help the task force to develop clear guidance that is relevant to all jurisdictions on setting quantitative thresholds. This guidance should be clear on whether thresholds should be set, given that qualitative characteristics should predominate the decision about LCEs. Also that the thresholds should be appropriate to the circumstances of the jurisdiction. And you want to, of course, avoid giving the impression of being EU-centric. So all of those things were, let's say, clearly surfaced during the course of this somewhat involved discussion. And also, it was noted that it would also be useful to provide guidance on thresholds that the IAASB would consider to be appropriate once a jurisdiction has gone through that thought process. So still some more work to be done, but good progress, I think.
Thank you, Mike, for that comment. Jim?
Thank you, Lynn. I have no additional comments for today.
Thank you. And thank you, Kai and Amy and Jasper for going through the LCE agenda papers. I really appreciate that. And just look around, any other comments? And Amy, I think you still have more slides.
Oh, just one. Kai's going to cover it, which is just our way forward. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's nothing substantial. It's just saying we'll bring back part 10 later on this week and have that have the exposure of that in January, as we discussed earlier. We'll continue the drafting of the remaining areas and bring back the discussion in March and June, and then to see if there are any additional analyzed responses to the ED and present to the board. There are a couple of questions that we still have not discussed with you or brought back to you as a board. So that's what to expect. So that's it.
Thank you. And William, looking at you, I think we only have less than 10 minutes left.
Yeah, I think we've got 9 minutes left. Lynn, I don't know, it's probably just in terms of the intro. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, Lynn, do you need 1 minute to transition staff or?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Okay, the slides will catch us up. Let me explain the process that we've been through. Michelle, can we have the next slide, please? Okay, this is the team that have put together this work. So thanks to Claire, Jamie, Diane, Joanna, Susan, Warren, miss me, Adriana, Isabel, Natalie, and our little inset up there, which is Wolf. So that looks a very large number of people, and it is because we actually had 4 teams of people. First of all, we've got the task force. You know, the board members in there, that's the task force. Then we have the drafting team members. In order to get this work done, we put together a drafting team, which was Joanna, Susan, and Jamie, and Claire. Claire had a crossover. She was also a staff member together with Adriana and Natalie. And then we had a review team that was Natalie, myself, and Billy. So multiple teams put this together. The process we went through was we buddied a drafting team person with a task force person. And so the buddies were responsible for drafting their priority part and for liaising across the parts to make sure that they are consistent. In this session, we are going to welcome all feedback, and whether it's at the meeting, in writing, or on reflection, because we are working at pace. And so any of those forms of feedback, obviously the substantive issues at the meeting. But if you reflect, please come back to us immediately so we don't go down blind alleys. As we present through this session, we recognise that not one of us has a monopoly on knowledge here. So we will be assisting one another as we go through this presentation. Next slide, please. And this is the last slide you're going to have today. What's going to happen on Wednesday? This slide is now perfect. I will start and talk about the key principles and concepts. Those are the principles that we use to decide what was in and what was out of both requirements and application material. And the key concept we want to talk to you about is disaggregation and aggregation. And we think that's probably the most complex part of the standard at present, and it goes through a number of the parts. So we've brought it all together conceptually at the front, and we will talk about that first. Then Natalie will take us through the definitions. Then Claire and Wolf will take us through acceptance and continuance and the evaluating the description of applicable criteria. That will not finish on Wednesday afternoon. So on Thursday, we will continue that session. Diane and Jamie will take us through evidence and documentation on part 4. And I should note at this point, they will not only do the presentation, they will also do the questions and answer the questions. They're the best placed people to do it, and that applies to each part. Isabel and Joanna will do planning and the accumulation and consideration of identified misstatements. Obviously, the aggregation and disaggregation comes through strongly there. We're then going to have IAASB make a presentation about where they're at. They talked about this at their meeting last week. I presented to them about where we're at, and they're going to now return that and talk to us about where they have got to and what they are planning to do. And we will finish the session with Susan and Warren, who will talk to us about risk and how that is assessed and managed through the audit. So that's what we're going to go through over the day and a half that's sustainability. It isn't going to be a light session. So I thought I'd take these 10 minutes exactly just to prepare you for what was going to happen. And before I finish, I just want to acknowledge the tremendous amount of hard work that the team have put in to get us to this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn. Willie?
Sorry, Lynn, I just wanted to clarify that we will continue working on the basis that if there's time tomorrow, we will start with the discussion. The only item we can't move is the ethics presentation because that has been pre-arranged with them. So that will occur as on the agenda.
Okay, so I'm going to give you 2 minutes back, after that intensive discussion today on part 6 of LCE. So when you see Tom says, we decide everything on LCE, nothing for him to worry about. Well, thank you very much for day 1, and hopefully Tom will be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock to join us. And have a good evening. Thank you very much for today's input.
The LCE